So we're at an inflection point here. The United States has issued tariffs on the entire world, mainly to China, Vietnam, places that actually, do manufacturing. And it's been about about a month, 4 weeks since those things were implemented. And the supply chains are starting to break down. We haven't seen it yet because the way that our entire system of economics works and the entire global trade is other countries manufacture the things, we import them, we spend our gosh darn great American dollars on them, and then they invest in more manufacturing for us to buy more. Very, very, very generalized. I know I'm getting over a lot of rough edges, but in the last 3 weeks to a month, everything's been disrupted. We've put in a 140% tariff on China. Vietnam is like 60%, 40%. I'm not sure. More than small businesses and even big businesses can just eat. These are costs that are getting passed along to the consumer. We just haven't seen it yet. And also, compounding that is with the tariff to China, we've practically said, hey, China, we're not taking anything from you anymore, except for some small goods that have been exempted, there it is, through the policy, if you can call it that. It's all just wild. Everything is about to break down. I just want for everyone to know, if you're not stocking up on food, you should be doing that. You should have already been doing that, but it's time. Get some beans, get some rice, get some canned vegetables. Load up a pantry. If you don't have a pantry, load up a corner of your house. Things are about to get wild, and I don't see a lot of people talking about this. And it's bothered me. It's really bothered me because I feel like we're in for a disruption that's way worse than COVID ever was. And it's all 100% our fault. No one else has done anything to us. We've done this to ourselves. We've essentially taken global trade and said, we don't need that anymore. Global trade is bullshit. What we're going to do is make everything ourselves. And if you make it something else over there, we don't want it. You know how the UK went through Brexit? Where they got out of the European Union and closed their borders, or they didn't close their borders, but made it harder for goods and services to go through them. There was tariffs, there was all these things. We're doing that to the entire world. And there's not enough people talking about this, about how this is going to affect your life and how your day-to-day goes until this madness fucking ends. So anyway, I wanted to watch a video interview that NBC News had with President Donald J. Trump, our favorite president, everyone's favorite president. We all love him. We all respect him. He makes a lot of sense, and we're gonna watch this and break down what he's talking about, how he's talking about it, and why the sane washing that's going on here, that this person's going to say these things and not have anyone be like, oh, that's crazy. I mean, there's some people, obviously, but people don't pay attention to politics in this country. It's a long-held American tradition. We've not been in any real danger or conflict or anything that we can't handle in really since World War II. And our democracy is breaking down right now. And we're going to talk about it. It's not dilly-dally. Let's go over to the desk. Or the arcade game, the arcade machine that holds every video game in the world. And, coincidentally, YouTube. Coincidentally, it has YouTube on it. Let's go over there. Hold on. My camera isn't working back there. Why isn't this working? Hold on. We got an issue. And now I'm probably going to have to edit this out of the VOD. I'm so happy this happened and I didn't test this. I'm really a smart boy if you think about it. Really a smart boy. All right. Let's see what's going on here. You try to be a good boy. You try to be a good boy and you just fail sometimes. Sometimes you fail. All right, we're getting that. That's fine. Let's see. Hold on one moment. I was really trying not to do this with cuts. I didn't want to do this with cuts, but here we are. Backcam. Why is Backcam not working at all? We're not getting any signal. There we go. There's Backcam in all its Backcam-y glory. All right. Studio mode. And here I am. Here I am. I'm here now. So the video. Full interview. President Trump says he'll be a two-term president. That's the headline we're going with because the sane washing is crazy. We're like, oh yeah, he says he'll be a two-term president. That's what the Constitution says. That's the line. All right, let's get at it. Let me make sure that the levels...
President Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here to mark your first 100 days
All right.
in office.
Can I get this quality a little higher? Is this the... Ooh, let's do enhanced bit rate. That'll really show them. That'll really get us up, get the numbers up. Here we go.
It has been an incredibly busy 100 days. You've signed more than 140 executive orders. You've been focused on the border, the economy, foreign policy.
Already the framing of this is awful. You've signed 140 executive orders. That's not... They need to do something with the executive order nonsense because, A, executive orders are not law, right? We all know this, but we've all under this delusion now that anything he writes on his little piece of paper is something we have to do. It's not. The government doesn't have to do it. There may be penalties for it, but it's not a law. They don't need to follow it unless, especially when they're unconstitutional, like so many of them have been. And hopefully this interview gets into it. I've only seen a few minutes of this interview, and it was wild, the stuff in the first, 2 minutes that this man said.
What is your biggest goal in the next 100 days?
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of results. We've already seen them on the border. We have the best border in the history of our country. It was 99.999, and nobody ever thought that was possible. In fact,
what is he talking about? 99.999. Is he saying that immigration is down 99.999? Because that's not true. Okay.
Biden, if you remember, said he has to get legislation. And I said,
yes.
No, you just need a new president. I mean,
no, you do need legislation to control the border. The problem with the border has always been that Congress and the Senate won't fund the border. Okay? This is very important to realize. The reason so many illegal or undocumented people come into this country undocumented is because the legal process can take anywhere from 6 months to 5 years. And under the UN, we have an obligation to let asylum seekers in. Now, should we have a better process for vetting these people? Absolutely. There should be, at the border, like the stories you heard of Ellis Island back when you were in school, where there are checkpoints and there are this well-oiled machine of people coming through. Was there scary things about Ellis Island? Absolutely. But you know what's scarier? Crossing a border from a coyote, getting paddled across the Rio Grande, ending up in the country, and you can no longer, you can't interact with anyone here. You have to be very quiet about who you are, where you came from. You are alone in this country when you come over that way. And it shows the desperation of these people that they'd rather come to the greatest country in the world than stay where they were and be persecuted, prosecuted, and potentially sent back just because they came over wrong, which they should not come over wrong. But again, we need better beefed up border security, we do need beefed up border security and readily, readily usable checkpoints where we can process people in a matter of hours instead of months or years. The entire process is completely broken because we're operating on a shoestring budget. We would much rather have the problem than the solution. Biden had legislation, bipartisan legislation that I didn't agree with. And Trump, before he was president, told all the Congress critters, nah, don't do that. Don't vote for that. Because it'll give Biden a win, and it might not allow me, President Trump, to get reelected because this is my issue. Does this sound like a man who's operating in good faith to you? No, of course not. Anyone with if you took the man out of this, because so many people love this man, and someone else did that, if Obama did that, people would be in the streets. There would be ammunition falling from the sky because all these people would be firing their guns in the air and hopefully just at the air. You can't do that. What he's doing, you can't do.
I guess I was right. We have the best border we've ever had. We're doing great.
Only because people don't want to come into and be sent to a concentration camp for the rest of their life. What we're doing in El Salvador is unconstitutional, and we'll get into that more. But yeah, people are scared to come to the United States. People are scared to vacation in the United States. People are scared to have a business trip that happens to happen in the United States. Using their legal passport to come to this country, there have been people who have been detained for, 2, 3? There was a Canadian who was detained for a month. A month! Because they came over here on business. The fuck are we doing? Yeah, people are scared to come to the United States. People in this country should be scared of living here right now.
On illegal immigration, we are being hit hard by judges that I think they're trying to take away the power of the presidency. I was elected.
There are 3 branches of government. They are all co-equal. The judiciary's job is partially to keep the executive in line. If they do anything unconstitutional, the judiciary is supposed to say, hey, that's unconstitutional. Don't do that. Don't do that. We've never had this test before. And I'm sure this interview will get into it, but the administration right now is, oh my God, Trump, get out of here. Trump, how are we going to fix this? What are we going to do about this? I can't have him there. Trump. Hey, no. Hey, we can't have 2 of you. What are we going to do about this? Could you give him a little kiss? There you go, Trumpy. I guess I could move it behind me more. All right, 1 second. Let's move this behind me more, so hopefully it gets less. Nope. That didn't work. How about now? That's too much me now. That's far too much me. I don't like seeing that much me, ever, really. Hey, look, it's Trump. He's still there. Hi, little Trump. Maybe I'll just hang out right here. That's a little better. Okay, so we've never had this test before where the executive says, hey, Supreme Court, we're going to openly defy you. Doesn't seem like a good thing to me.
In a massive landslide and a big vote, we won the swing states.
It was not massive. Yes, you won swing states by very small margins. You won the popular vote. Yes, first time a Republican has done that since, Reagan? Very good. We're also very happy for you. You also lied to the electorate on what you're doing. You also ramped them up into a constant state of fear for the last 10 years. The Tea Party was leading into this. Everything that the Republicans have been doing since, really the 80s, but let's just say for the sake of brevity, the Tea Party in the early tens of the tens. I don't like saying that. That gives me the ick. Everything. I don't want cheap viewers. Thank you. I don't need that. But thank you. I appreciate you for being here. I love cheap viewers. Everything the Republicans have been doing since the Tea Party has been leading up to an authoritarian, you might not say dictator, I'll say dictator, leading this country and throwing out democracy as we know it. Everything they've been feeding. I have so many friends and family. I grew up in a very small town. And in my small town, everyone is convinced this man is the savior of this country. Because the economics of the place are horrible. The wealth inequality is beyond fucked. There's a lake, and there's mountains, and it's a very beautiful place. But the rich people have come and bought up all the lake land, and then slowly worked out from the lakeland to pretty much everywhere else, driving up all the costs, driving up home prices, driving up rent prices. My first job was for $5.45 an hour, and I worked there for 7 years, and I eventually got to $6, and that's most people there. Most people do not make much more than minimum wage. It's a little better right now because COVID fucked everything, but you can't live there. And all these places, this is rural America right now. The wealth inequality has gotten people so desperate for change that they'll listen to this stuff and be like, yeah, this makes sense. Throw it all away. Burn it all down because it's not working. And yes, it's not working for them. It's not working for you, and it's not working for me. It's not working for any of us because the wealth gap is way too big. And the people who are making the wealth gap are the rich people. And then we went and elected twice a billionaire. Should I put quotes around that? He's definitely a billionaire now. He's made billions of dollars from his crypto scam. Just in that. If he wasn't a billionaire before, he's a billionaire now. So we need to address wealth inequality, tax people who are making more than, 5 million, 10 million? 15? We could do 15 million and have even just a 60% tax, which is way less than it was back in the 30s. That's when it was like 90% over 1 million. That might not be exactly right, but we had a lot more taxes on these people, so they couldn't just gain all the wealth. It's very frustrating. It's extremely frustrating that we've allowed the billionaires to take everything from us, and we keep electing people who make it worse. And the Democrats have no vision. The mainstream Democrats have no vision on how to solve this because they're also owned by the corporations and the rich people. Who do you think elects these people? And there's going to be a reckoning very soon if what the economists say are correct, and all the people who are managing these port harbors say, and store shelves are bare and empty. Barren? No, not barren. Bare and empty. There it is. Not the president's son. The very tall one. The very tall president. If that happens, hopefully people wake the fuck up of what's going on. But they're not. They're probably going to blame Biden because this man says so. Hopefully we can get through, which is partially why I'm diving into this, is we need more people who are normal-ass people involved in this shit.
We won the popular vote. We won the district votes.
I have now made it 1 minute into the video.
Tremendous numbers. We won everything. And one of the primary reasons I was elected was to get people out of our country that were allowed.
Yes, this is true. A lot of people who voted for him were to get the illegals out of the country. And it's because of the constant fear campaign the Republicans have about these people committing more violence. They're rapists, they're murderers. They're not. We can look at statistics all we want. People who are undocumented in this country, per capita, commit much, much, much fewer crimes in this country than legalized citizens, than you or me. This entire fear-mongering is bullshit. We just happen to have these devices in our pockets that scare the fuck out of us. And they exploit that because we see everything. The common argument to this is, well, I forget her name. The person who had the law made in her name because she was unfortunately murdered by an undocumented migrant. Yeah, people kill each other, and it's horrible. But we do it more, and especially conservatives do it more. Per capita, conservatives commit far more crimes than any liberal in this country. It's been that way since the 90s. This is brain rot. This entire view of the world is brain rot. You see the world as they make the world scary, and the people get scared, and the people get desperate, and then they start lashing out violently, and the cycle continues. 2 people tried to execute Donald Trump, something I would never want. They were both Republicans. They were both scared out of their minds because of the rhetoric this guy gives and the rhetoric the Republicans give. I don't want to hear it. I'm tired of hearing this talking point. White males, we commit the most crimes in this country. It's not black people. It's not Hispanics. It's white males per capita. It's not because there's more of us. We white guys have a major rage problem right now that's not being addressed, led by people like Andrew Tate, President Trump, Joe Rogan. They all have this victim mentality. And if you have a victim mentality, eventually you are going to lash out. Look at any domestic violence of being, if a woman is gaslit or lied to or abused, there's only so long you can take that. You will lash out. And this is all the reality of what these people have been peddling. I've made it now 11 more seconds. God damn it.
Prisoners, we have murderers, we have terrorists in our country, we have people from mental institutions that are...
The entire mental institution thing. I cannot believe this mental institution thing is still coming out of his mouth. He heard... I don't want to even get into this. This entire Hannibal Lecter bullshit is... He hears the word asylum at the border, which is what you do when you file for asylum, and he hears mental institutions. That's all it is. I'm starting to believe that President Trump cannot lie, but he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He believes this shit. Because if he didn't, he would be slipping up and saying even more wild things. But the things he says are completely inconsistent. And we'll get into it.
Seriously insane. They all came in through Biden's open border.
Never an open border. Biden deported more people out of this country than Obama and Bush nearly combined. It was not quite combined, and we stopped more people at the border, or Biden did, than any other president, including Trump before him. That's bullshit. There was no open border. They keep saying that, and I don't know why people don't contest them on it. I think it's because they're like, oh, I don't want to get into this. I don't want to get into... It's not true. It's just not fucking true.
Policy, and I was elected to get him out.
And if you think it's true, show me the Biden executive order or the thing that passed through the Senate or the House that caused this to happen. Biden didn't do anything. Biden kept Trump's border policy, which was already more egregious and more strict than Obama's before him. Kept it alone, left it exactly as Trump left it, at a higher level. And they put away, they ICE raids increased, people turned away at the border increased. And yes, illegal immigration increased because the world is getting fucked right now because of the wealth disparity and people wanted a better life. Not saying they should have done that, but you understand how forgive the very bad optics of this statement, but a caged animal will attack. I'm not saying they're animals. I'm just using that as an idiom for desperation.
And to seal the border, but to get them out. And we'll have judges, they're activist judges, they're saying, well, you know, you don't have the right to take out murderers and
You have the right. And, nay, I say, the responsibility to get rid of rapists and murderers and terrorists out of this country once they are proven in a court of law that they have done these things. They have not been proven in a court of law. They have not had any trial date. They have not had any trial. They've just been sent to El Salvador and Guatemala. And now we're going to open up Alcatraz again. We're going to convert Alcatraz from a historical museum to being a prison again to house these people for the rest of their lives. The place in El Salvador, the wardens and everyone there say, hey, once you come in here, you never leave. Without a trial. There is no trial happening. There's nothing going on here. The Constitution protects people, everyone in this country, including undocumented and illegal people, that they get a fair trial, that they get a burden of evidence against them and the burden of proof in their favor, or not in their favor. They have to have due process. This is in the fucking Constitution. And taking them out and saying, hey, you got a tattoo. You have a crown on you, which a lot of people have crowns on them. If they can do this to them, they can do it to you. Once you establish the precedent that there is no such thing as a trial, it can happen to you. We've all been aware of this. This is how everything happens in dictatorships, and no one's saying anything. Everyone's like, well, I don't want rapists and murderers here. No, you don't. You don't want that. I don't want that. You don't want that. Donald Trump doesn't want that. I think he honestly believes that he's doing the right thing here. But he's not in control. Stephen Miller is in control. He doesn't know what and as this interview goes on for more than a minute 47, I'm so sorry. A minute 34, sorry. We'll make it 3 more seconds for then. Of how much not in control he is and how he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about on any issue. I think in his first term, he wasn't actually in control either. He has no experience in politics. He has no experience in actually running anything appropriately, but he does know how to hire people because that's what a boss does, right? So he hired some people who are neocons in the first administration, and they were pretty good executors. They did some awful things because they're racist and they don't give a shit. But the country kept going. Now we have people like Stephen Miller in charge who literally believe that the white race is the only valid race and everyone else are mongoloids. That is a quote from him. All right? So I don't want to hear. Okay, I need to calm down. I need to keep going.
And people that you don't even want to talk about. These are really some really bad.
They are
criminal people.
Yeah,
and they're here illegally. So they talk about your next question will be due process, but they talk about due process. But do you get due process when you're here illegally? You do. The Constitution guarantees that. Guarantees that. That's why we need more judges. We need more border judges. We need more. Lots of a fleet of lawyers down there and judges and courts and everything to vindicate or excoriate these people. So they come through. All right. Yeah, sorry. You have a criminal record where you came from. Get the hell out of here. We don't really want you. Okay. All right. That's fine. You came into our country illegally and you committed some crimes. All right. You know what? We don't want you here. Bye-bye. But the way we're doing it now, we're just like kicking out random fucking hairdressers and people who have a court order they cannot be deported like Abrego Garcia. It's not acceptable. If they can violate the Constitution and due process for them, they can do it for you.
We're going to talk about all of that. We are going to talk about deportation, but I want to start on the economy, sir, which obviously the biggest issue for voters. We got new numbers today, better than expected job numbers.
Woo-hoo!
Much better.
At the same time, the economy shrank in the first quarter.
Oops.
You've been arguing all week that this is President Biden's economy. Is this now your economy, sir?
Well, I think certain aspects of it are. costs are. I was able to get down the costs, but even that, it takes a while to get them down, but we got them down good. We lost $5 to $6 billion a day with Biden. 5 to 6 billion.
What?
And I've got that down to a great number right now in a record time. You know,
No one knows what he's talking about here. This is just he's making stuff up. Let's keep listening.
talking about 100 days. But just think of what that is. $5 billion a day we're losing on trade. And we were very tough with China, as you know.
Okay, so the best thing I can think of, and most people can think of what he's talking about here, is by losing $5 billion a day, is we're sending money for goods and services to other countries to buy their products. I think it's literally that. He's literally saying we're spending money on places that are not in America. That's losing $5 billion. It's not. That's bullshit. This is like in the feudalist era when countries were like had giant dragons with gold under them, when that's what essentially what kings were. That may have been the case, but the entire world has been globalized. It's not that way anymore. But this ideology says that it is.
You know, we put 145% tariff on. Nobody's ever heard of such a thing.
Yeah.
And we've essentially cut off trade relationships by putting that much of a tariff
True.
on.
We've essentially
And that's
closed
okay.
it.
We've gone cold turkey. That means that we're not losing. You know, we lost $1 trillion to China.
We spent $1 trillion buying Chinese goods and services.
$1 trillion. That means we're not losing $1 trillion.
Nope.
When we go cold turkey, because we're not doing business with them right now. And they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal very badly. We'll see how that all turns out, but it's got to be a fair deal. But think of it, we're losing $1 trillion. And
all right, hold on. We need to get the chalkboard out. So I have made a chalkboard. Let's bring it on down. For the points he is making, losing $1 trillion a year. All right, put it up on the board. We're losing $1 trillion a year. All right, good to know. All right, let's keep moving on. I hit the wrong button.
that was a big part of the $5 million a day.
But you meant 5 billion. I'll get. It's fine. Speaking is hard.
I want to talk.
I have a neuropathy due to long COVID. Something that you know, I kind of blame you for letting that rant rampant. Anyway, I have brain issues, and I can understand this stuff better than you. Okay.
About China, but just staying on this idea of the economy. On the eve of your inauguration, the stock market spiked.
Yep.
You called it the Trump effect.
Yep.
Are
It
you?
spiked because I was elected president.
Again, she discovered that. You don't need to say anything. She granted you that. You're fine. Just chill out.
It spiked because of anybody else. It spiked because they see what I'm going to do. They know what I'm going to do
No.
with the
They thought you were going to come in and be a deregulator, which businesses love, which is what you did in your first term. They didn't know you were going to blow up global economic trade.
tariffs and everything else. And I think it's actually working out better than we anticipated. Did you see oil prices? Did you see gasoline is now below, in many cases, in many states, below $2 a gallon, 198, 199.
Okay. So for context, you do not want gas prices to sharply go down. What that means, so the people who do the oil drilling and the companies who do the oil drilling, these giant corporations that are very wealthy, OPEC, this entire thing, they are essentially, with their lowering of gas prices without demand right now, what we see going down as well, means they foresee less need for gasoline in the future, so they're lowering their prices. This is not a good thing. The president cannot control the price of gas unless they fuck up entirely. There is no button on the Oval Office desk that's like, turn down gas prices, turn up. That's not set by us. These are these oil corporations and giant financial people being like, I see less boats going, or boats, like the shipping containers going across the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. I see less need for UPS and FedEx and Amazon deliveries. I see people not being able to afford driving their car, maybe not even buying a car, maybe not even having a house. That's why oil prices are going down right now. It's not because Trump has done some magical thing with the economy where it's like, oh yeah, oil prices are down. It's because they expect a global recession because of this.
And 190.
Let me see if I can find oil price chart. I want max. So you can see in 2020, oil prices went down to like, $21 a barrel. When the pandemic started, oil prices went down because there was no more demand for oil. This is supply and demand bullshit here. I hate it, but that's what it is. And right now, there was a little trend downwards, but now it's like, woo, we are falling off the cliff. And oil is very inflationary. The price of oil is very much tied to the US dollar. And after COVID, we were booming and bagging. This, however, was Biden's time. And yes, you don't want to pay a lot of money at the pump. I get that. No one wants to pay all their money to fucking gasoline. But there's bigger indicators here that are in motion that we can't ignore. You don't want oil prices going down like this. This is bad. We've crossed. There was a trend line here that was kind of going back down after the roar after COVID, but now we are falling off a fucking cliff. It's just 6 months. Tariffs announced. Pew! Okay?
7?
Well, my question, sir, is
4 minutes.
when
God
the
damn
stock
it.
market spiked, you said this is the Trump effect. When the numbers weren't so good earlier this week, you said it's the Biden effect. Are you only taking ownership of the good numbers and not the bad numbers?
I think he did a lot of very bad things, and despite some of the bad things, we're overcoming them. But he was bad on the border. He was bad on the economy. We had the worst inflation in the history of.
The inflation was caused by the downstream ramifications of what COVID did to us. If you think inflation isn't going to increase because of this trade war, you are crazy. That is nuts. We had to trade inflation for stabilizing the U.S. and the world markets. And by the way, the U.S. did better at getting out of the COVID hole than nearly every other domesticated. What word am I looking for? Just the first world nations, essentially. Didn't mean to say anywhere else that's civilized. That's a misspeak on my part. But we did better under Biden than most places did. And it's because we were so aggressive at getting the money where it needs to be and ramping up our infrastructure so that we can get back to that point. We got out of COVID very, 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 very quickly compared to what would have happened if we had a Republican in saying, deregulate it all, lower the Fed interest rate.
Of our country. Look, Biden gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country.
Not true. We had bad inflation, not the worst.
People, it didn't matter what they made because they were losing their shirt because of costs. Now take a look at what happened. Oil is down, gasoline is down.
Two things, those are both the same thing.
Groceries are down.
Groceries are not down. He's going to talk about eggs. Eggs are also not. Eggs spiked in price because of the bird flu. Hey, guess what? We're in this country, we're no longer looking at the bird flu. The FDA isn't looking into it. You know that? CDC, not looking into the bird flu. We don't know what's going on with the bird flu in our country. We've fired all those people. We have no idea. So yes, prices are up because the regulations on the chickens culling all those herds that had the bird flu, that's not happening anymore. I'm not buying eggs. I buy chicken meat and I cook it past the recommended temperature. We don't know where bird flu is. We have no idea. Just like when COVID started, he wasn't paying attention. The CDC was still there. We are way on a worse plane with RFK Jr. and all these bozos doing at HHS doing God knows what. They're deregulating everything. They're firing all the government workers who actually look at the data. We have no idea. And by the way, I just gotta COVID19.gov. Oh, go there. Go there. I want to go to there. Is it down? 19 page. No, not this one. This one? No. Maybe it's down right now. Anyway, there was he put up a big lab leak page for COVID for the website, the government website that's like, hey, what do you do about COVID? What should you do? Government recommends this. Made an entire big page about how the Chinese did this intentionally. Whether it was a lab leak or not, probably wasn't. But if it was, that's not the right blaming. Here's the web page that points the finger at this pandemic that ravaged our country and the world. We're just going to make all our resources be blaming China. Cool.
Eggs. You were the one that asked me. You asked me about eggs. It was the first week. I didn't even know anything about
egg prices went up because we were culling the herds. Now we're no longer culling the herds. Eggs are plentiful again. Who knows what they got in them?
What were you talking about? Egg prices were so high you couldn't buy eggs. They didn't have any eggs. And they said Easter is going to be a disaster. Well, we had Easter at the White House, and we had thousands of eggs, and they were down 87%.
Good job. You can get thousands of eggs at the White House. Good boy. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of that, of course, spike was because of bird flu. But when does it become the Trump economy?
Why do you say that?
Well, tell me,
we had the same bird flu as he had.
When does it?
Yes. Time moves linearly through. I don't even know what the point you're trying to make. We were further along in bird flu when you took office than when Biden's. What? Oh my God.
It become the Trump economy.
It partially is right now, and I really mean this. I think the good parts are the Trump economy, and the bad parts are the Biden economy.
Take away who you're looking at and who you're hearing right now. If anyone else said that, you would be outraged. Seriously. The good parts are me, the bad parts are them. Have we not read 1984? Have we not extensively heard about this kind of doublespeak? Yeah. There's nothing to say to this.
Because he's done a terrible job. He did a terrible job on everything. From his auto pen, which I'm sure he knew nothing about.
This entire auto pen nonsense. He's signed executive orders with the auto pen too. It's just a DocuSign, but it's not. It's a more bigger thing, but it's essentially digital signature. Who cares? Who cares? You think you know what you're signing? Biden was mentally compromised. He had major cognitive issues. You know what? So does Trump. He doesn't understand anything he's saying. He doesn't understand the contradictions. He just is going off the inertia of being on TV and being very media trained for the past, 70 years. That's all. That's what keeps him going. His brain can be off and he can do these interviews because he doesn't need to say anything that makes sense. And you know what? He is very funny and very charismatic. A lot of liberals are like, don't say that. Don't say that he's funny or charismatic, or don't say anything positive about him. He's very funny. His ad libs are very good. And the way he can bullshit on the spot is amazing. He's very good at it. Does that mean I like the guy? No. But you have to understand the person. You have to understand him in order to give him the. Oh my God! I'm only 5 minutes into this.
Some of the things he was supposedly signing to immigration. You look at what happened with immigration, how bad it was. Think of it. We have murderers, 11,888 murderers. Many of them murdered more than one person.
So the White House has charged that many people, 11,000 people, with being murderers, with no evidence, zero, no evidence at all. What he's claiming is people who have crowns on their body for tattoos, or the Abrego Garcia with like a pot leaf and a skull. That means they're murderers. Now he's saying they murdered more than one person. Prove it. Prove it in court. They have no verifiable information about this. We have lots of stories of ICE people going around rounding up people, and one ICE officer saying to the other person, this isn't the right person. We've got the wrong guy. And the other one going like, just take him anyway. Do you think there's a standard of proof being done here? They're just yapping. They're just saying shit. Murderers. Yes, some of them are murderers. That's fucking awful. Give them their day in court. Prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, as the standard of this country has always been, and get them the hell out of here. But don't take people who have not been accused, who have only been accused of crimes, and throw them in a concentration camp in El Salvador for the rest of their goddamn lives. That's not what we do here. It is now. Maybe it's always been what we do here. But boy, oh boy, we are way past the veil here.
Think of that. And they're in our country. Now, we've gotten a lot of them out, and we know who many of them are, and we're on the hunt. But why would anybody do that?
They're on the hunt. They're after you. They're hungry like the wolf. If all it takes is a brown person, for right now, a brown person, for someone to call in and be like, hey, I think my neighbor is a bad guy. Come get him. That's literally all they have. Judges have to sign warrants to get this information. There's been no judges involved in this. They don't even get judges for warrants for these arrests. They just pick you up off the fucking street. And again, I'll say this. If they can do it to them, they can do it to you. And what I'm doing right now, talking out against the president, a crime? Not right now. It never has been. Is it in the future? No, it's not going to be a crime, but will they do it anyway? Who the hell knows? He signed an executive order for the police to not face any accountability for what they do and to give them more military equipment, and told them to patrol the streets in this military equipment. We were already under some really authoritarian policing. What do you think a cop does when they have unlimited power? They know they can't get sued. They can't get in trouble by their boss. When they have unlimited power, what do you think they're going to do? A lot of cops are very, very, very unwell people with power trips. We have evidence and lots of statistics that they beat their wives more than any other group. It's a very stressful job. I get that. But there are some who are great people, right? Just like anything else. But on the statistics, there's going to be egregious violations of First Amendment, Second Amendment, every amendment. 14th Amendment's already being thrown out right now. There was a Palestinian student advocator who wrote an op-ed in their college newspaper. They got thrown out of the country. They were here legally. What about the First Amendment? What about any of these things? Does anything matter anymore? It clearly doesn't.
Do that. Why would anybody, who could do such a thing where they'd allow hundreds of thousands and even millions of people into our country who are criminals and murderers at the highest level?
Yeah,
Who would
allow.
do that?
Yeah.
But, sir, you acknowledge when you announced your tariffs, for example, the stock market dropped. It's been volatile. It has
Well,
since gone up.
it is,
Do
but
you
now
take
it's going up.
responsibility
Look at
for that?
today.
Yeah. Do you take?
Look at the one day. Look at the times I like it. Don't look at it when it's bad. Look at it when it's good. Don't look at the overall trend. Absolutely don't do that. But look at what today. It's gone up. Things are great today. This ahistoric bullshit is crazy to me. I get why he does it. It's very effective for people who can't think past what's going on. But maybe I should just turn the fog on. He's lost in the sauce right now. What the fuck does that even mean? It's gone up today.
Take responsibility when it drops?
Ultimately,
now the
I
fog
take
isn't going away.
responsibility for everything, but I've only
Damn it.
just been here for a little more than 3 months. But the stock market, look at what's happened in the last short period of time. Didn't it have 9 or 10 days in a row or 11 days where it's gone up? And the tariffs have just started kicking in. And we're doing really well psychologically. I mean,
Psychologically, every small business and every business in this country are freaking the fuck out because all their supply lines have been decimated. Doing very well. People aren't paying attention. The overall populace is walking around doing whatever the hell they want to do, they normally do, not understanding that we're about to crash. And maybe, okay, let's go down this road a little bit. Say things get bad in a week or so, 2 weeks, a month, summertime. If that day he's like, you know what, tariffs are over. I won whatever bullshit thing he's going to say. He's always going to win. He won. He got them to concede on something. Who the hell knows? It's going to take a month, 2 months, 3 months to get things back to normal. And we'll all be in the shit. You can't just turn this thing around. You can't just... It literally takes a month for the boats to leave China and go to the ports in San Francisco and Washington. Like, we're essentially in, like, there's a hurricane coming and we see it on the horizon and we're like, it's not windy here. You can see it happening. It's a lagging indicator. It's not happening.
and the fake news was giving me such press on the tariffs. The tariffs are going to make us rich.
The media is not doing nearly enough to talk about what actually is going on here. They're still like, oh, the consumers will pay the tariffs. Yeah. If those businesses can stay in fucking business.
We're going to be a very rich country.
So let's talk about the tariffs. And I want to ask you about something you said this week. Got a lot of attention. You were at your cabinet meeting. You said, quote, I'm going to quote what you said, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30.
Yeah.
And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. Are you saying that your tariffs will cause some prices to go up?
No, I think the tariffs are going to be great.
All right, let's go to the board real quick. Let's go to the big board. All right, so under Trump's worldview, prices won't go up because of tariffs. All right, let's just mark that down as something that's definitely happening. Defo.
Great for us because it's going to make us rich.
But you said some dolls are going to cost more. Isn't that an acknowledgement that some prices will go up?
I don't think a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old needs to have 30 dolls. I think
The way he says dolls there, it reminds me of the cats and dogs thing where he was clearly out of his mind. I feel like he gets that cadence when he's just like backed into a corner, but he just gets angry. Okay. He is arguing for austerity. He is saying, you don't need that many toys. So what's the implication of that? Either prices are going to go up, supply is going to be down, or you can't afford it. What else does that possibly mean? That statement, and then he's agreeing with it. It would have been the easiest thing in the world to have been like, yeah, I know I shouldn't have said that. That was dumb. He can't back off any point. I don't think he's thought this through. I think Stephen Miller and these people who are trying to crash the global economy because it hurts everyone in the entire fucking world, not just us. They want the new... For all the talk of the New World Order and all these things, they're actually putting it into place right the fuck now. They're going to make the United States a third world country along with everyone else to get their vision of America as a white ethno-state in place.
I think they can have $3 or $4 because what we were doing with China was just unbelievable.
What we were doing with China was unbelievable. What we were doing with China was they were manufacturing goods and we were buying goods and paying them for it. And then they'd reinvest that money in their own factories so they can meet the demand that us fat Americans would buy their shit for. That's been the last, 70, 80 years? We're throwing that all away. How do you think the people are gonna? How do you think regular, everyday people are gonna take it when it's like, I can't actually afford this toy for my kid. Everything's so expensive. Like, what is the implication of what he's saying? It doesn't make any sense. Let's go on.
We had a trade deficit of hundreds of billions of dollars with China.
Yes. People in China were not buying American goods. That is what the trade deficit is talking about. It's not $100 billion lost. It's not $1 trillion lost. This is money that we bought a good and service for. This is like saying, I went to Walmart and I have a big trade deficit with Walmart because I keep buying things from there and they don't buy anything from me. It's Walmart! Do people in China buy the shitty goods they send us via Timo? Not really. Temu, T whatever. And all the stuff in Walmart is made in China. All the stuff made in Target is from China. Everything is manufactured in China, Vietnam, South America. And we put tariffs on all of them to say, hey, we don't want your goods anymore. We're going to make it here. How long does it take to make it here? Anywhere from 5 to 10 years. To even get the factories up and going, let alone we don't really have a populace that is made for manufacturing work anymore. It would take a huge shift of lowering our standards and our quality of life for our people, especially white males, to go work in factories again. We don't want factory jobs back. We don't. They were miserable jobs. The only reason they were okay was because of unions. And guess what? He's trying to make unions not a thing anymore. So, should we all work in sweatshops? That seems to be where we're heading.
When you say they could have $3 instead of $30, are you saying
say they don't need
Americans
$30.
could see empty store shelves?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so let's go back to the big board real quick here. Americans, store shelves, let's just say, will keep the same quantity of goods. Amazing. Put it up on the board. So we'll see the same quantity of goods. Let's put a space here because these are kind of different points. Boop. So prices won't go up and we'll keep the same quantity of goods. So what in his mind are we doing? Those two things, these are not possible. Prices won't go up, and we'll see the same quantity of goods. So what? I really think in his mind, he thinks the businesses and the corporations are just going to eat the tariff cost. Or Actually, that doesn't even make sense either. Because he's saying, and he said in this interview, for the most explicitly I've ever heard him say it, that they're trying to blockade China. They're saying, China, we don't want you anymore. We're done with you. And how do we keep the same quantity of goods if we've lost our manufacturing? We can't make it here. It's going to take years to make it here. The population isn't ready to make it here. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
I'm just saying they don't need to have $30. They can have $3. They don't.
You don't need it. You don't need $30. You just need $3. I'm still working on my impression. It's not very good. I think later he's like, you need 5 pencils. Oh, I need 5
They need to have
pencils.
250 pencils. They can have 5.
You don't need 250 pencils. 5 pencils. You'll be happy with 5 pencils. Back when I was a kid, we only had 5 pencils and we loved it. The fuck are we talking about? He is literally saying you cannot get more than 5 pencils. This is stuff that even socialists are like, whoa, 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 that's too much. That's too much government intervention. That's too much. That's too much means of production shifted. Like, the stuff we're doing right now is like so radical that no ideology would ever do this. This is complete lunacy.
But you're basically saying there could be some supply shortages
Basically
because
saying
of
we
the
don't have to
tariffs.
waste money.
So, no supply shortages. Let's put that on the big board too. No supply shortages. Oh no, you can see behind the scenes of what I'm doing. There's no supply shortages. There's none. There's not going to be any supply shortages, even though we've cut off our biggest manufacturing partner and everyone else in the world. And they're starting to go, like China is talking to North Korea. China is talking to other Asian states and being like, let's just reroute around the United States. Let's just fuck them. Do you think they're going to stop that effort once we come back in? Maybe, maybe not. Wrong button, wrong button.
On a trade deficit with China for things we don't need, for junk that.
Free market, motherfucker. You're not allowed to define what's junk and what we don't need. The free market's decided. We love junk here in America. We fucking love it. We go crazy for that junk. And now we have President Communist here. I don't know what to say. You'll own nothing and like it. How can people watch this and not understand what he's saying?
That we don't need.
Well, prices are already going up on some popular items.
whoa.
Tires,
Whoa.
strollers.
This is such a dishonest
Whoa!
interview already.
Oh, prices aren't going up? No. Even though in pretty much every sector, they've started to increase prices. Xboxes, $100 more. And they've been out for 5 years. Tires, car parts, everything's been shooting the fuck up. And he's like, no, it's not happening. No. It's all bullshit. Don't listen to your lying eyes. Listen to me. I know what's going on. They don't know what's going on. I know what's going on. And if the prices are going up, it's Biden's fault. Biden did it. Biden ruined everything. That's the way it is. Biden broke the economy. I had to fix it. I had to keep it all come crashing. I mean, I didn't crash anything. Everything's fine. We're getting there.
Prices are down on groceries. Prices are down for oil. Prices are down for all energy. Prices are down at.
Okay, so prices are down for gas. Prices are down for oil. Prices are down for energy. Those are the same 3 fucking things. God damn.
Tremendous numbers for.
Only example I can give: oil, gas, energy. Prices are down on this one thing. Not a good thing. Not a good thing, Donnie. Not a good thing. When oil prices go down, it's not a good indicator.
Gasoline. And let me tell you, when you have the big thing, what he did, he spent like a stupid person, which he was. but he spent like a very stupid person, and that was bad for inflation. But what really killed us with inflation was the price of energy. It went up to $3.90, even $4, and in California, $5 and $6.
I agree. Energy prices have been bad. You know why they've been bad? It's not been. So we saw the gas chart earlier. It's greedflation. These corporations are bleeding us dry, not the oil supply. Right? We looked at the numbers. It was up 20%. Not up 3 times like energy prices have been. They're buying the oil for 20% more, and they're selling it for 3 times more. Maybe we should work on that. Maybe we should make it, hey, you can only have X% of profits built into this before the government gets involved. The FTC is like, oh, what the fuck are you doing? We all need this. I may have a mental problem, and I'm already starting to fade after 8 minutes of this, but that's a better solution than what the fuck you're doing.
That's right. Okay. I have it down to $1.98 in many states right
There's no place that's $1.98 that's not like rural Kentucky. What are you talking about?
now. When you go that much lower on energy, which is ahead of my prediction because I really thought I could get it down into the 250s. We have it down at $1.98 in numerous places.
In 3 places in Kentucky. Okay.
But when you say costs are going up,
Probably not in Kentucky. Probably in like places like Texas, actually, because that's where a lot of refining happens. So probably it's some places in Texas have some gas prices there, but not in Kentucky. I misspoke. It would be along the shore, be along mainly just Texas, because it costs money for the oil pipelines to operate. So the further you are away from oil pipelines, the more money it's going to cost. Up here where I'm at, we're near the Canadian border, and that oil is tariffed, and we got a lot of energy through that. So we've seen nothing but pew, 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 pew.
even mortgage rates are going down.
Well, but let me give
Mortgage rates have not gone down. The Fed has done nothing. In fact, Jerome Powell, the head of the Fed, Fed head Powell, had a big interview 2 weeks ago where he was like, "Hey, I'm not lowering the interest rates," and basically being like, "We're going to go into a giant recession, you guys. This is really bad," but saying it in a nice way. He's like, if we lower the interest rates, everyone's going to get fucked. And Trump is behind the scenes being like, I'm going to fire this guy. He's not doing what I want. Hey, guess what? The Atlanta Fed, they are completely independent from the government. They're supposed to be. And now he's like, I'm going to fire them. And then there was a news report out that's like, he's not going to fire them. Insiders say. Yeah, these people fucking lie. Oh no. The insider said he's not going to fire Jerome Powell? We must believe it. Stock market was like, pew! We love it. They're not going to fire the guy for undue cause. Let's go up 5%. If you think for 1 second that if Jerome Powell doesn't do what this guy wants, he's not going to fire him, you are out of your mind crazy. We've made it 9 minutes in.
give you some examples. These are actual examples. So you're saying the prices that are going down, some prices are going up. Tires, strollers, some clothing in the wake of your tariffs.
Lagging indicators. These are lagging indicators. These things are less. The things that are going up right now. Oh, this face is a real good face. The indicators that are going up now are things that are easier to make. The more complicated a good is, the longer it's going to take. The longer it's going to take, the longer lagging we're going to see the prices. But it's going to happen. And like the Xbox going up by $100 is not where this ends. Not where it ends at all.
That's peanuts compared to energy. Energy is 60% of the cost.
But sir,
No, it's not. What are you talking about? Yes, it costs money to ship, ferry, fly, everything, these things across the oceans where they're made. But let's take some math real quick here. Let's say things are made in China, 145% increase, which is 2 times the cost, 2.5 times, 2.4 times really, for no reason. and oil prices are down, let's be generous, 20%. 144%, 20%. Let's give him 50%. Let's say oil prices crash 50%. That don't make no sense. If the good costs and is tariffed this much, 144%, and gas prices are down 60%, even 60, I'll give you 60. I'll give you 60%. Gas is fucking dirt cheap. Right?
Energy is the big.
You campaigned on a promise to bring prices down on day
Well, I don't know. When
one.
you say strollers are going up, what kind of a thing? I'm saying that gasoline is going down. Gasoline is thousands of times more important than a stroller or something.
It's indicative, whatever, of prices of everything you buy going up. You may fill up your car once, twice a week, maybe 3 times a week. You got a big gas guzzler. How many times do you buy things a week? How many times do you go to Amazon and just mindlessly purchase something? How many times do you go to the store and just like, yeah, that looks cool, I'm going to buy that? We're heading towards a place where you can't do that no more because the price is going to be way too high and you're not going to have any money. Have they talked about raising the federal minimum wage? No. Have they talked about creating jobs? No. They've fired 4 million people from the federal government. That may be that statistic that may be high. Let's just say 500,000 people. That's lowballing it, but they in their job report earlier they're like, oh yeah, we're doing good. The job report was better than expected. Those people are technically still employed with the government as far as the job numbers goes. They've done an accounting trick to keep them on the payroll. Next quarter, they will be off there. And we'll see even just those 500,000 jobs lost would send the jobs numbers going boo, just from federal employees. Federal employees, who, by the way, because every other federal employee is looking for work, it's made it really impossible to find a job for any sort of professional. People who worked in the federal government had very cushy jobs, granted, and they know their shit, and they're flooding the market, trying to find jobs. Hey, guess what? A lot of those specializations aren't done in the private sector. We don't do those kind of things. Why would someone need a meteorologist who specializes in minute water evaporation in the Arctic? You know, that's the kind of stuff you get at the NOA. We've decimated that. Where's that person going to get a job? They have to start over. These job numbers are going to be horrific next time, especially if goods and services start going up as the tariffs wreck our economy, as small businesses start to fail because they can't get their supplies anymore. They can't get their goods. They can't manufacture anything. They can't just let's just set up a U.S. shop. Who's going to build it? The tariffs affect concrete. They affect lumber. They affect metal. There's a whole systemic cascade of failures here. We don't have just warehouses laying around to manufacture things in. Those have to get built. Who's going to build those? At a time when the economy is crashing, no one's going to put money into this.
But what do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief right now?
And they're getting it.
Right now? What about those
Even mortgage rates?
Mortgage rates have not gone down.
different
If they have gone down, it's because, well, okay, so mortgage rates are complicated. Mortgage rates have gone down a little bit, and that's because houses aren't selling, right? We have the highest amount of houses on the market that are not selling. I think it's like 18 to 20%. Maybe it's even 22% now. Houses aren't selling, so they're trying to incentivize people by some companies, not the Fed, but some companies being like, we'll take a little bit of a loss here on our mortgage rates because the banks need those mortgages and all the passive income they get. God, how much money those people make off mortgages is fucking insane. In any case, those have gone down because houses aren't selling because the economy as a giant general blob is very uncertain. People are starting buying houses right now. They shouldn't be. Like, you got to be very, very, very sure you better buy a house right now.
Items I just
Mortgage
mentioned.
rates are going down despite the fact that we have a stubborn Fed.
But you said dolls.
There it goes, stubborn Fed. Let's talk about the Fed. Let's shit talk them. They're doing everything wrong. They're ruining this country.
Even dolls could cost a couple bucks more.
Maybe they might, but you don't need to have, as I said, $35. You can.
Oh, okay. No. That's good. That's good. This is good to know. Maybe doll prices will go up, but who cares? You don't need them. Let's put it up on the big board. Maybe doll prices will go up, but who cares? You don't need them. Okay. All right. Cool beans. I love these beans. These are some cool beans.
Can have 2, 3, 4, and save a lot of money. We don't need to feed the beast.
I guess you're talking about this transition cost.
Feed the beast. Feed China money. Don't give them money. They certainly won't give it back to you.
How long should people expect that transition to last, Mr. President?
I can't tell you that. I can tell you that we're making a lot of money. We're doing great. Again.
Yeah, the federal government is going to make a lot of money from all these tariffs if they're actually paid. Are we going to see that money? No. No, we're not. We're going to pay the cost of the goods and services being inflated prices, and the government gets those tariff monies. Okay, there's a lot of people who don't understand how tariffs work. Say I make a widget. I make knockoff AirPods. Okay, I make some knockoff AirPods. I make them in China. I sell them for, let's just say, $100 because I want the math to be easy. Okay. I sell them for $100. I make them for $50. I have 50% profit on these items. Okay, my fake AirPods sail across the ocean. They land in San Francisco Harbor. Okay. They now have people there, which there's huge lines at the harbors to pay these tariffs because they haven't funded any of this appropriately. But they come in. I have a pallet of 100,000 of these fake AirPods I'm trying to get into the country. Hold on, I need to do some math. This was easy math, but okay. So I sell them for 100, and I have 10 or 100,000 of them, right? So that is $10 million of goods. There is now a tariff in place that because it came from China, it's now 144 times the cost, which means it is 2.4 times the cost, right? 100% tariff would be $20 million. So let's time this by 2.4. I now owe I have a bill for $24 million to get it into the country. Do you think that now that my AirPods now cost $224 okay, so no, not quite. They're gonna have to cost $224 if I want to keep my same percentage. Let's say, okay, it was $50 to make before. 50 times or 100, it's $224 to sell because now there's this $144 gouge essentially that I have to pay per unit to the government. Do you think I can sell them for $100? No, because the tariff for this item is $144. $244 to get this. Per unit, per fucking unit. No discount for if I'm making a bunch of them. Every unit. So maybe I can eat some of that cost in my profit margin. I had a 50% profit margin on these fake AirPods. Let's say I had 50% before. Maybe I can get that down to like, I don't know, 25% profit. I'm really squeezing it off. I'm still selling these AirPods for $250 because of the tariff. Make it make sense. How is that not going to affect prices? Think about it. Please, I beg you, think about it. It's so frustrating. People don't understand what tariffs are. People don't understand that, yes, the government does get money for this. The tariff money that I'm giving to the harbor people goes directly to the government. It's a tax. It's a tax on the company and also on us. It's a double tax. The company pays it, and then we pay the company back. It's just part of the margin. So it's invisible for us, but it's not for the companies, and we're still paying it. You can't get it in here otherwise. It was from China.
We're losing more than $5 billion a day.
We are spending $5 billion a day on the complete excess economy, economy of excess that we have in this country. Okay? That's understood. That's cool. I like it. We all like it. I love getting stuff. I have a tiny violin here. Probably was made in China. Look at this thing. It's cool. I have the world's smallest violin here. Would I have bought that if it cost double the price? No. No. We all do this. Not anymore. We're not going to be able to.
$5 billion a day. You don't talk about that. And right now, we're
don't talk
gonna
about
get
it.
to a point very soon where we're making money every day. Look,
How soon?
We're going to be making money every day. In that case, he's talking about the federal government will be making a lot of money. Yeah, off the backs of us. If you increase taxes, the government will make more money. Cool, cool. Where's our relief for this? You're just taxing us. And you're not saying it. You're saying, I'll help you. But really, you're just taxing the consumer. If there is a 144% sales tax, God.
losing hundreds of billions of dollars with China. Now we're essentially not doing business with China. Therefore, we're saving hundreds of billions of dollars.
That's how government works. If you don't spend the money, then you're saving it. That may be how people who are living paycheck to paycheck work. That's not how governments work. You spend money to make money in government. The more research you do, say the COVID vaccines. He did Operation Warp Speed for the COVID vaccines. The pharmaceutical companies made fucking bank off that research. Research, by the way, that was done by institutions funded by the federal government. We paid for that. Therefore, we got it. If we don't do that research, the opportunities, which we're already cutting down on our research massively. There's been cancer cures that have been very promising, shelved, because we don't fund the research anymore. If we didn't, like the COVID vaccine gave Moderna, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, maybe not Astra. Anyway, all these people lots of money because of the research that we as American citizens paid for. We're stopping that research. These companies can't make their money anymore. If we get rid of opportunities, the government doesn't make as much money in the future. And we're lowering their opportunities right now. We're essentially closing ourselves into a small little bubble because we think it's going to short-term help us. It's not. It's not short-term helping us, and long-term it's going to completely fuck us up.
It's very simple.
You take me to my next question, which is about China. They've been making a number of public statements.
Very positive statements the last 24 hours.
Well, and most recently, they said...
There has been... The only public statements that China has made about this is the ones that are trying to suck up to Trump to be like, hey, come back to the table. We want to work on this. They're not saying, oh, you're a brilliant businessman, Donald. You're so brilliant. We'll do anything for you. They're saying what she's going to say.
Before talks could happen, the U.S. would need to remove unilateral tariffs. Would you consider dropping the tariffs to get China to the negotiating table?
No. First of all...
Okay.
You're giving me a statement that was said a week ago. You're not
That was not said a week ago. That was said a few days ago.
giving the statement that was said today.
I have May 2nd Chinese Commerce Ministry.
Do you know what they said today?
The U.S.
We're
wants to
looking
negotiate.
forward-
It should show sincerity by preparing to take actions in correcting its mistakes and canceling the unilateral tariffs.
They made First of all, they made numerous statements.
Yes, they've made
you know
numerous
how many people
statements.
speak for
Yes.
China? It's like
Yes.
50
They've
different-
made numerous
I can give
statements,
you
yes.
a statement for any
Yeah.
She's so frustrated. Yeah, of course. You can't talk to this guy. He doesn't believe anything, and he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He heard Stephen Miller or one of his advisors say, they said they're thinking about it. They said, Trump's really smart. I don't even think he reads. Last time he didn't read his presidential daily briefings. Now I think he doesn't read those, and he just listens to one person or a few people who tell him what he wants to hear. Like, how else? Just make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Yes.
But they said today they want to talk. Look, China and
That statement she just read, they said they want to talk. But as a precondition of wanting to talk, they would like a good faith measure of lowering or obliterating the tariffs. Otherwise, they will not speak to us about this matter. There has to be nuance to these things. You can't just say, they want to talk. Yeah, if I stole someone's dog and they called me and they're like, hey, you give my dog back and I'll talk, man. And I'm like, I won't give you back your dog. I don't know what that analogy was. It made sense in my head before I said it. They're eating the dogs.
and I don't like this. I'm not happy about this. China's getting killed right now. They're getting absolutely destroyed. Their factories are closing. Their unemployment is going through the roof.
Again, yes, the lagging indicators have hit China harder than us. For now, what happens when the lagging wave of shit that he's brought comes to our shore? The same things are going to happen. Stores are going to be closing. More bankruptcy of smaller stores. Mom and pop stores are not going to be able to survive off of this at all. Like people like Walmart, Best Buy, and stuff might be able to route around the tariffs because they have a lot of money. Hi, Neural Fizz. Hello, friend. How are you doing? They might be able to get around the tariffs. No one else is going to be able to get around the tariffs. Mom and pop stores cannot afford to reroute their shipments. They have no bargaining power. Walmart might be able to get away with it.
I'm not looking to do that to China. Now, at the same time, I'm not looking to have China make
Hi, Neural Fizz. Hello. Love you. Bye too. Goodbye.
hundreds of billions of dollars and build more ships and more army tanks and more airplanes.
So that exposes the entire reason they're doing this. Is they feel like we're paying China to build up their military, which we are. In some ways, the manufacturing economy of us consuming all these goods has helped China a lot. Obviously. So he just said, we're at economic warfare with China. We're doing this to hurt them. We don't want them to have the money anymore. We want the money for ourselves. We can't make the money ourselves. We'll have to lower our standard of life, standard of living. There it is, standard of living. But like, why would someone say that if that's not what they're saying? Listen to what he's saying.
So you're not, just to be very clear, you're not dropping the tariffs against China to get them to the negotiating table.
No.
Those
Why would
tariffs are staying on.
Why would I do
Would you
that?
lower them?
At some point, I'm going to lower them because otherwise you could never do business with them.
Okay. How does that make any sort of sense? We don't want to send money to China. They're killing us. We're sending too much money to China. At some point, we'll lower them. What the hell does that mean? Either you have a vision or you don't. A long-term vision. What's the long-term vision that he's saying right now? What is it? Tell me.
And
Short-term pain? Crashing the economy? In both, pretty much every country in the world? Is that what we're doing? For what reason? Because there's too much of a trade deficit? Okay. How long does it take to get manufacturing up in America? 5 to 10 years. We don't have the population who would be willing to work those factory jobs unless we lower our standard of living so far that people are desperate enough to work in factories, especially without union protections. We don't want this.
They want to do business very much. Look, their economy is really doing badly. Their economy is collapsing.
Okay, that's not true. It's not collapsing. They're having some issues, not collapsing.
So small businesses say they are being hurt by the Chinese tariffs, and some could be forced to shut
And
down.
many businesses are being helped.
Are you?
No one's being helped by the tariffs. There is no business in this country, besides ones that already had manufacturing in this country, who are being helped by this. And that's a very small amount of the businesses who actually manufacture things here. Those are far and few between, the exception, not the rule.
Look at the
Considering
automobile
tariff
business.
relief for small businesses?
Why do you always mention that, you pick up a couple of little businesses? What about the car business? They're going to make a fortune because of the tariffs. Do you know that the union, the head of...
Who's going to be able to afford the cars? Who? Where do we get the metal for the cars? Not here. Where do we get the electronics from those cars? Not here. Where do we get the tires for those cars? Not here. Where do we get the leather from those cars? Some of them might be here, but it's going to cost a lot more to source it here. Just because you don't have a tariff on the cars here doesn't mean their prices aren't going to increase exponentially. Exponentially. There it is. That's the right word. Exponentially. What are you talking about?
the union, who was no fan of mine, Fain. Sean Fain, I guess his name is, right? He didn't endorse me. The Teamsters did. A lot of people did. A lot of unions did. But he didn't. He couldn't stand me. Now he's saying, wow, what's Trump's done for the automobile? I can't believe it. I assume he's going to probably now say the next thing he can say is, I endorse this guy. He's the greatest I've ever seen. He can't believe it's happened. He said, we've been waiting 40 years for somebody to do what Trump is doing.
Let's fact check this. Sean Fain Trump. Let's see. Oh my God, fuck off. Oh my God, fuck off. He's not sure about the tariffs, but favors those for his industry. He said the tariffs are reckless, but supports some relief for the auto industry. We sat here for the last 30 plus years with the inception of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, back in 93, 94, watched our manufacturing base in the country disappear. Okay. Yeah. He acknowledges the tariffs will raise prices. Point of the tariffs is to eliminate the race at the bottom where we're exploiting people. What? He insists the auto industry can adjust. He dismisses the idea that disruption might not work out. Okay, I don't see anything in here of anything that Trump just said that he's explicitly praising him. He's saying that NAFTA hurt the auto industry, which it absolutely did, but the NAFTA agreement also helped lower prices in this country massively. Massively! It might have hurt some U.S. car makers, and it did. He's not, nowhere in there was like Trump's doing a good job at this. He's really just, he's saying that exemptions from the tariffs are a good thing. Hey, guess what? Who put the tariffs on there in the first place? It was Trump. He's also saying doublespeak. He's like, you caused the problem, but you solved some of the problems, so I appreciate that. That's all.
So why don't you mention the big car industry instead of mentioning somebody that's doing strollers?
Well, I'm just asking you about small businesses. Are there any discussions about giving any relief to small businesses?
They're not going to need it.
Okay.
They're going to make so much money.
Are these tariffs?
If you build your product here. Remember, there are no tariffs if you build your product here. It's very
Not true. Not true. If you source any materials from outside the United States, you are tariffed. If you bring your metal in, your raw iron, anything from outside the country, you are tariffed. Just because you build it here doesn't mean you're exempt from the tariffs.
very easy. It's very simple.
Are these tariffs permanent, Mr. President?
Depends on what you're talking about. One of the things that is going to bring and has brought, so I think we probably have close to $9 trillion of investments coming into this country. If you look at other presidents, there's never been anything like that. This is over a period of 2 months. You got to give me a little break on the 1 month because we're 3 months. But let's say we had to get started. We had a lot of fake news at the beginning, so we had to beat that down.
Oh, yeah.
But so let's say in 2 months. So
What?
in just a short period of time, a matter of a couple of months, we have the largest number ever in history invested in the United States and committed.
Where?
We have between guaranteed spoken for and people that are going to make a decision and announce it pretty soon, close to $9 trillion.
He's looking right at me. I don't like that. That's not true at all. The Foxconn and Apple and TN, whatever, the chip company. Stop looking at me, dude. It's freaking me out. Those deals were inked under Biden. What are you talking about? You've done nothing. You've done absolutely nothing to increase manufacturing here besides put a penalty in for not manufacturing here.
We've never had anything close. Now, that's Apple building $500 billion worth of plants. They always built their plants in China. Now
they've moved, and also now they're doing it in Vietnam. And yes, they've said that they're going to build some here, and Foxconn too. Ask Wisconsin how those deals went through. They didn't happen. They ink these deals, and then they realize it's too expensive.
they're building their plants over here.
Like inked deals, verbal commitments. He was just like, they're going to decide soon. He's just making shit up. He's just yapping.
That's the biggest computer company, the biggest chip company in the world. You know, the chip company from Taiwan, which is the biggest in the world, is committed for $500 billion. Another one's committed for $300 billion. We have companies, nobody's ever seen anything like it.
And the impossibility of making those chip fabs in America have been well documented. There would have to be systemic change to have it happen, and zero facilitation of what needs to happen have been done by this administration or the Biden administration. And part of that would be lowering the Americans' lowering our standard of living to a point where we become desperate enough to work in these factories. These are the ones that had the suicide nets on them. Right? This is not what we want. And he's like, we want to bring those jobs here. Cool. We don't need them. Let them be made by other people. Or stop making them entirely and ethically source these things and make them by robots. And part of it is they keep saying, we're going to automate these things. If we're going to automate these things, who's doing the jobs? We're just bringing it here arbitrarily? And all these things are going to be done by robots, within the next 50 years. Besides, people looking at them and doing some, manual testing on lots and stuff. What jobs are these going to create? What money is this going to give our economy? It's not. Especially when he keeps giving tax breaks to these giant corporations. We're not going to make any money off this. We're just going to be used more.
Let me tell you the other thing, very importantly.
Our cities are going to become demonstrably worse. If you have one of these plants near you, you don't want that. You don't want these plants coming to your town. Maybe you'll get a few jobs out of it, but the poisoning of the land around you extends for miles.
Automobile companies.
Water shortages.
Plant after plant after plant. Toyota, Honda, Ford, General Motors, Stellantis. I mean, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I don't like this, but it happens to be. They're stopping work in Mexico, and they're stopping work in Canada, and they're all moving here.
This is important, though. You're not.
They're not. Even the investments that TMNC, Apple, Foxconn have given for these so-called guarantees that you have would be 5% of their manufacturing force. It's nothing. They've invested trillions of dollars on this to already have their network set up. And how much would it cost? Unless we get rid of the federal minimum wage, which who knows? Maybe that's the next thing. Maybe you'll be working in these factories for $1 an hour or $1 a day, like some places in Vietnam.
Not taking the possibility that these tariffs could be permanent off the table. Some of them.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, because if somebody thought they were going to come off the table, why would they build in the United States?
Yep, that actually makes sense. That you've always been saying these tariffs are impermanent, and now you're saying they're permanent. That makes sense. They have to be permanent because it's going to take a long time to get the manufacturing in the United States. So you're not wrong there. If you want people to come to the table, you got to say it's permanent. We'll talk in 20 years.
Let me ask you
You
about,
understand that, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, but that's why I'm asking, because there's a lot of, I think, uncertainty for CEOs, for business owners. They want to know,
See, I don't
are
think
these
there is
tariffs
uncertainty.
permanent?
I think there's only uncertainty in the fake news. I don't think there's uncertainty. I mean, I've been very rigid, very strong on it.
You have not. You've given every answer under the world to different places. You've said they're only going to last this long. I'm doing this to incentivize this. I'm doing this to do this. Now you're saying it's permanent. You've not been clear on it at all. You're not in control. You're just the figurehead of this government. People elected you. You can make the call. You're not making the call. You're just checked out. You just golf, dude. You just golf. Go enjoy your golfing. You don't need this job.
But I will say I'm flexible. Like with respect to parts made outside of the country, I gave the automobile companies a
Hey, nerdy t-shirts. Hi.
little extra time. You know, you're talking about 15% and then 10% of the parts put in a car. I gave them a little extra time without penalizing.
You gave them a little extra time for those things, but those tariff dates are the exemptions for for things made outside the United States were exempted. They're running out now. What are they going to do then when their steel prices go up by 100%? When their wood prices go up by this much, and their energy prices go up by this, like, yeah, you've exempted them. They were happy. It's not going to be happy when they're not exempted anymore.
And I did that only to help, companies. We're looking to help companies. We want them to thrive and to hire a lot of people, and that's what's happening.
Let me ask you about...
No, this isn't the interview with the tattoos. This is the one. This is the most recent one. I looked at the tattoo one. I really wish that interviewer had a picture of that guy's knuckles with the Helvetica font of MS-13. Oh, no, now I'm MS-13. Oh, no. I wish you would have had a picture to show him and be like, hey, how is this fucking possible? How the fuck?
Some of what Wall Street has said. Some people on Wall Street have expressed concerns that the possibility of a recession is increasing. And I want to know what you think.
By the way, that's everyone on Wall Street. That's everyone in any sort of economic power. He's probably going to say there's people who agree with me. Every time he says it, it's just like with the global warming bullshit where they're like, there are scientists who say global warming isn't real. Yeah, it's like, 1,000 scientists say it is. One person says it isn't. We're going to listen to that one person.
Think about that. Are you comfortable with the country potentially dipping into a recession for a period of time if you are able to achieve your long-term goals?
Well, you say some people on Wall Street say, well, I tell you something else. Some people on Wall Street say that we're going to have the greatest economy in history.
Uh-huh. The vast majority of people say we're going into a recession and potentially a depression. Is middle name's anecdote. Yeah, exactly. Trump anecdote. Donald anecdote. John Trump. Anecdote John.
Why don't you talk about them? Because some people on Wall Street say this is
well,
the
that's
greatest
what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at, though. It's the same question.
Yeah, there are many people on Wall Street say this is going to be the greatest windfall ever happened.
And that's my question.
Remember
the
this.
long term.
Yeah.
Is it okay in the short term to have a recession?
This. Look, everything's okay.
It's okay to have a recession. It's okay. Everything's okay. Everything is permissible. It's okay to have a recession. That's fine. It's fine. It's fun. It's fun and fine to have a recession. It's fun and fine to remove. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know what his policies will do because he's not in charge. Stephen Miller is in charge of, he is the president. Trump is a guy who goes golfing and sometimes talk to these people and be like, hey, what are we doing? Let me sign that thing. Let me get a big press conference for this EO. I'm going to sign the fuck out of this thing. Let everyone know that I'm still in charge. I'm off golfing. I'm going to go beep, 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 putt, putt, putt. Ooh. I'm not going to walk, though. I'm not going to walk. That extends my life battery. I need my life battery to not be used up by exercise. Beep, beep, beep. I'm going to go golfing now. Bye. Have fun. Meanwhile, they're like, let's make America a white ethno state and collapse the global economy because the new world order will be based off of... Yeah, he can't drive the cart. He can't drive the cart. He didn't drive the cart even before he was president, but especially now they're not allowed to... Presidents aren't allowed to drive anything, which is stupid. But
I said, this is a transition period. I think we're going to do fantastically. One of your colleagues on another fake news station, ABC, said, do you guarantee 100% that a certain person is going to do a fantastic job as, let's say, Secretary of Defense, okay? Because that was the question. I said, what kind of a question is that? Do I guarantee 100%? Nobody guarantees 100%.
It's about confidence. They were asking you were confident in this person. You're like, nah, not 100%. Didn't say you were confident in him. Didn't say you were really confident. You just said, not 100%. Yeah, sure, it's nothing's 100%. But also, project the confidence, dude.
But I will say this. I think we're going to have an economy the likes of which we've never had before.
I think. Yeah, we're going to have an economy like we've never had before. Maybe in the 1910s.
You know, my 4 years were phenomenal, as you know.
They were not.
Stock market. In fact,
I was actively trading the stock market when you were in office, good sir, and we had drops and days where the stock market would crash in the order of 7 to 10% a day, causing the circuit breakers. Circuit breakers were going off all the time. Circuit breakers are when the stock goes down more than 5% or whatever it is in a certain amount of time. It was happening all the fucking time under your leadership. It was going up. It was going down. It was just erratic as fuck. And you're like, it was good. It wasn't good. If you actually look at it, let's go look at the stock. Let's go look at SPY chart. Let's look at the fucking chart. Let's look at the goddamn chart. This right here. Yes, it went up. And yes, it went down. I want more than 5 years. Hold on. So this right here, 2016 to 2020, phenomenal. Look at this phenomenal job on the stock market. From here to here. Wait, hold on. To here. To around here. This is the phenomenal job he's talking about. This was when he was in office. Look at what happened afterwards. Look at the Biden economy next to it. Look at it. Look at the Democrat. Look fucking at it. This is what we should be looking at. This modern, this increase of like 35% compared to a 96% increase. This is what we're supposed to be saying, oh yeah, Mr. Trump, you're the smartest person in the world. You really did the markets real good. You fucking didn't. And at the end of it, you managed COVID so bad, we lost most of the gains we had under your great stock market. 30%, 40% up compared to 90% up. Fuck off. I'm so tired of Republicans being like, we're the ones who manage the economy better every fucking time. You don't. You leave a giant fucking mess for the Democrats to fix, and then they somehow, through inertia and being somewhat competent, fix the problem with causing other problems, and then you come in because of those other problems and go, let's fuck it all up again. Every fucking time. Clinton with Bush. Every time. Carter, Reagan, everything, every fucking time.
We had to go through the COVID thing, that horrible situation with COVID.
Yeah, what'd you do to help that?
We did numbers, and when I gave it over, when I handed it over, the election was rigged, and I handed, and because of the problems, by the way.
I don't even think on Twitch I can let him say that without me stepping in and saying, hey, the election was not rigged. Not rigged. He had 63 court cases. One of them he won for a different he won it not materially, but for a different reason. 62 of them he lost. The election was not rigged in 2020. It was not rigged. He bungled COVID so bad that people got scared. And I'll say this. The default state of humanity is working under a dictator. We, in America, think that democracy and electing our leaders and rules and laws, all these things are completely normal. No, the state of humanity is dictatorship. That's the default state. And you have to understand human nature to know that strong men and authoritarians, that is through all of human history how things were. We are at the aberration. Democracy is the aberration, not dictatorship. So falling into dictatorship, really fucking easy, because that is our baseline fucking state. I don't like it more than you do, but we love when someone tells us that they're going to fix everything, that they got it handled, everything's good, everything's gravy. Just don't ask questions, and we got it done.
But when I handed it over, what happened? The market was higher than it was previous to COVID coming in. Yeah. Nobody could believe it. The stock market I'm talking about.
We just looked at it. It took the Biden years to recover those huge drops. And also we were dropping 5 to 10% a day, a week. All the times that was happening, people lost their fucking shirt on that bullshit. People were scared. The long-term people who stuck it out were fine, but people who were buying and selling and managing their 401ks, they lost everything. We're still recovering from the 2008 recession. Yeah, we still are now. We're still recovering from the Civil fucking War because Reconstruction didn't actually happen. Black people, Hispanic people, anyone of color are still more second-class citizens than white people in this goddamn country. We're still dealing with the effects of the Civil fucking War. All of this is connected.
I want to look back, but you did take your case to court about that.
Back.
You took your case to court about your allegations against the election. Let me ask you,
There's
sir.
no question about it. The election was rigged.
Nope. The election was not rigged. 63 court cases. One went your way. 62 went the other way, saying that the election was not rigged. I will not let you violate Twitch terms of service by stating that the election was rigged. It was not rigged. Absolutely not. Don't say that on this platform.
The facts are in, and
The facts are in. The facts are in.
it's still being litigated.
It's not. There's no more active litigation about 2020. You lost 62 of them.
Take your case to court more than 60 times and didn't win those cases.
I won a lot of court
cases.
cases.
To button that up, though, sir. Just to button
You won one.
that up.
What are you talking about?
How
the election
worried are you?
Are we talking about the election
Let's
of
talk about
2020?
here and now. Let's talk about
The
here and
election
now.
of 2020?
Let's not talk about. Let's talk
Let's
about here
not.
and now. Are you worried about a recession?
No.
Okay.
No, I think we're going to have the greatest economic...
I mean, are you worried it could happen? Do you think it could happen?
Anything can happen.
Massive confidence from the President of the United States. Could a recession happen? Anything could happen. Who the fuck knows? Do you think you're causing it? Who knows? Probably not. Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. Who the fuck knows? I'm golfing. I'm golf guy.
But I think we're going to have the greatest economy in the history of our country. I think we're going to have the greatest economic boom in history.
Let me ask you about this call to Amazon founder Jeff Bezos.
I know. I'm not worried. Anything can happen within 30 seconds. He's not tuned into anything that's happening. Me, you, the person who's watching this, you know, even if you're a conservative and you happen to stumble upon this on YouTube, you know more about politics than this guy. You know more about what's happening than this guy. He doesn't care. John hyperbole Trump. I said hyperbole. That's not right. Hyperbole. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't care. He's never lived where you live. He's a multimillionaire / billionaire, definitely a billionaire now after his crypto scam and his stock scam and every other scam that he's run in the last year. He has never been at your level. He was born not just with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was born with the whole silver ingot just hanging out in there, just nomming on it. That was his pacifier.
So this week, in response to a report that
the recession will not hurt him. It won't hurt his billionaire buddies. They'll just watch everything else go down, and then he'll be like, hey guys, I'm about to fix all this stuff. And then they'll all buy and consolidate businesses, buy stock, all these other businesses that will be failing. They'll just be like, we'll just buy those out. We'll just get those for pennies on the dollar. And then he'll remove the tariffs, tell his buddies before it happens, and they'll all become even more billionaire than they are now. That's exactly what's going to happen here. He just wants his friends to become richer. He wants you to become poorer. He doesn't care what happens to you.
Amazon was going to display tariff costs next to product prices. Are you going to punish CEOs who increase their prices because of tariffs?
Let me think about that. I did call Jeff Bezos. Jeffy boy, I called Jeffy boy. I told him, you can't show the prices. You can't show the real price. You can't show my tariff price. I did do that. Well, what do I say to this nasty woman? This nasty woman right here. I don't know what I should tell. I should say no. Or yes? Silence went on for another 2 seconds. I gotta watch that again without me interrupting it. That was a long fucking silence.
Prices. Are you going to punish CEOs who increase their prices because of tariffs?
I think what is a great misnomer is the word tariff in many cases. It's not, to me, I don't view it as a tax. I view it as an incentive for people to come into the United States and.
Okay. You may view it that way. Okay. Here's what an incentive would be to manufacture in the United States. Thanks really hard because it's not to answer the question. Okay, here's an incentive just coming off my stupid, neurologically broken brain because of COVID. Here's what I would come up with. Okay, you manufacture in America, that's great. I'm going to lower your taxes by 10%. Done. That's an incentive. Crashing the global economy because you don't like China and you don't like Vietnam and you don't like anyone else making any shit that's not an incentive. It is a tax increase on everyone. Okay, let's give you 15% off your taxes if you manufacture in the United States. How about that? There's a little box on my taxes, and I check it and I look at it and it says, have you or this entity business move any sort of manufacturing, or do you manufacture inside the borders of the United States, including Alaska and Hawaii, within the fiscal year of this year? Have you done that? Boom! Your taxes are now 15% lower. That is a fucking incentive. What's not an incentive is crashing the global economy. I've already said this, but it's so frustrating that he's like, that's an incentive. No, that's not an incentive. That is punitive. It's like if your dad is like, my incentive for you not to be a shithead is me spanking your ass. That's not an incentive. That is punishment. Maybe it gets you what you want, but your kid ain't gonna like you.
And build a plan.
By the way, I'm 19 minutes into this 1 hour video. I am so sorry. How long have we been going? 2 hours. My God, what the fuck am I doing?
Factories offices, a lot of things. I think it's an incentive, but
No.
the thing that's not known is if you look back and see, oftentimes like China or Vietnam or other countries, not just China, because China's an abuser, but there are other abusers. Many of them are friends, the so-called, I say friend and foe, and friend is oftentimes worse than foe. But what people don't understand is, and this is a lot.
Okay, I'm ready.
The country eats the tariff.
The country does not eat the tariff. The country has nothing to do with the tariff. China, as the government that is manufacturing these things, the Chinese government, the CCP, does not be like, okay, the ship landed in San Francisco Harbor. I guess Xi Jinping has to pay $250 billion for this ship to land. It has nothing to do with the country. It has everything to do with the corporation that sent that ship here and the people who will be buying the product because they have to get those costs. Oh my God, you're fucking dumb.
The company eats the tariff, and it's not passed along at all.
Well,
How? Earlier in the stream, I showed you with my fake AirPods that cost $50 to make. I sell them for $100. I make them in China. I now have to pay 144% more on that, which is 2.4 times the cost of what I have to pay of the market, the MSRP rate of these fucking things. I cannot sell them for $100 anymore. The tariff costs more than the product I'm selling. If it's over 100%, it's impossible to eat the fucking tariffs. Do we need to go back to the big board? Do we have to go back to the big board? How does this make sense to anyone? How does this make any sense to anyone? Prices will not go up. Supply will not go down. We've made it so China cannot sell to the United States without nearly tripling their prices, or at least doubling their prices and eating a little bit of that 44%. How on God's green earth can you say that the companies won't pass along the tariffs when it's 144%? We are already seeing ships not coming over. We saw like a 60% decrease in the ships coming from China to the United States. We've seen a lot of those ships being practically empty. We've seen giant lines off the harbors as collection agencies try to figure out what exactly the invoices for those ships are so they can determine the right amount of tariffs. How could anyone look at this and go, this guy's right? Please, you have to think about this stuff. You can't just listen to what he blathers on about. You have to write it down. You have to think about this because he's going to kill us. Our way of life may be over in 1 week. And that's what I've been that's why I'm doing this. And nerdy t-shirts in the chat can say, I don't usually talk about politics like this. I've talked politics on my game streams. We've bantered about how this is literally, we are 1 to 2 weeks away from global fucking shortages. Especially, okay, maybe not global shortages. There may be ways around that. United States, we're going to see shortages. Not just of pencils and dolls, but everything. Usually very briefly, I talked about politics. I am so fucking pissed off that, okay, I'm not surprised that this is happening under this administration. What I am surprised about is how most people don't understand what's happening. And I don't have a reach. But what little voice I have, while it's still allowed to be said, needs to ring the bell that stock up on rice, beans, consume non-perishables. We don't know what the supermarkets are going to look like in 1 fucking week. Maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. Everything. It's so hard to overstate how much an economy can collapse because we haven't seen it in America. We've seen it in third world countries. And when it's happened there, it's fucking devastating. And those people already had a very low quality of life. We're up here right now. If we go down to even here, I think we're going to go down to here. But even if we go down to here, it's going to be so bad because no one is ready for this. Imagine the Great Depression happening with a month's warning. That is where we're at right now. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic about this, and maybe I'm wrong, but what's the harm of stocking up? What's the harm? You can always eat the beans and rice later. I don't want people to get caught unawares with this, because this is bad shit. And this kind of interview here where he's just like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Anything can happen. And everyone's, I go on the bus and I see everyone out doing their normal thing. And yeah, you gotta go do your normal thing. But like, it's so weird. It's so weird. Everything is so weird right now.
Some CEOs are saying they're going to have to pass it on. So how do you deal with those CEOs?
But the company,
No one's, he just went, did you hear that? He just went from no one's gonna pass it on to, yeah, they may. And what happens when the tariffs are gone? Prices don't go down. Our prices are still up here from COVID. We had a supply shortage. We had a small supply interruption. One that is so much smaller than the one that we're seeing come in westward or eastward from China to the United States. So much smaller of an economic disruption than that's what the pandemic was. We're seeing a man-made, Trump-made, Republican-made one happening right now. And he's like, they might pass along to you. They might. Or maybe companies have 144% profit that they could just eat, and they're not greedy to think they should stay in business. No company will eat the tariff. Maybe some will eat some of the tariff because they're like, oh, I was selling a widget for $50 and now it's going to have to sell for $140, but I don't think people are going to buy it for that, so I'll sell for $120. Maybe that'll happen.
Deal with those CEOs.
China is eating the tariffs right
What do
now.
you say to those CEOs who are saying,
How?
we don't have to pass this on to the consumer?
Well, they say that because maybe it's to their advantage to say it.
Will
Maybe
you
they
punish
don't.
them?
What?
No, because you know what? I want them to build plants in the United States. That way they don't have any tariffs.
Do you understand how much labor costs would be in the United States if we manufactured everything and we have a federal minimum wage of even the $5 or $6 or whatever it is? We exploit global labor. We exploit them. Everyone. We exploit the entire world. But that's where we're at. If we manufactured today, bam, a genie comes down and says, all right, I gave you 3 wishes. And Donald Trump's like, oh, sorry about my head there. Donald Trump's like, yes, hello, genie. I would like all manufacturing to happen in the United States tomorrow. I would like it all to happen tomorrow. And genie's like, okay, done. All manufacturing is now done in the United States. And then Trump goes back to the genie the next day and goes, Genie, I don't understand why all our prices have gone up by like 3 times. And the genie's like, you know that workers have to get paid, right? Other people in China were making like $1 a week, $2 a week, $3 a week to do that same work. And now we're getting paid even, let's say minimum wage. Let's say $7 an hour. Let's say $7 an hour. Even if it was 15. Okay, it most likely would be more closer to $15 an hour, but let's say $7 an hour. The price of that good is still going to go up hugely without, even if the genie made those facilities, they trained the people, they reorganized the entire world order. Because of our labor costs, it's still going to cost 2 to 3 times as much. It still may be cheaper with the 144% tariff to get something manufactured in China than setting up a warehouse, a manufacturing thing here for your business. It makes no sense. And yes, his mega hats are made in China. Everything's made in China. Everything is made in China or Vietnam or Korea. Everything is. We exploit everyone. We are the global superpower of exploitation. That is how we kept the world. Okay, I don't want to get into this. I don't want to get into this. This is how I'm going to get into this. the fact that we were the biggest consumer of goods and services for the entire world is the only thing that kept China from attacking us. Only thing. Our military does some deterrent, but us keeping the global order with nuclear weapons in place was us being the biggest consumer in the world. Now that we don't have that, what is the incentive for the CCP to do anything we want them to do? We have no power over them. We have nothing. We've lost all our soft power.
See, tariffs will, and not only will, look at what's happened. In 2 months, we're close to $9 trillion of investment. We've never been anywhere near.
That investment was done under the Biden administration and likely will not happen. The Foxconn one for that town that in his first presidency, I forget which town it was in Wisconsin or Wyoming. I don't know I think it was Wisconsin. The TMNC plant. It didn't happen.
That.
Leonard, you just unpaused my video without me asking. I don't appreciate that. Yes, we have committed building of facilities here. That's only like 5 to 10% amount of their manufacturing base. And B, if we staff those right now and they didn't cost the companies anything to make, our prices are still going to go up.
What did you say to Jeff?
Due to our labor costs.
He's just a very nice guy. We have a relationship. I asked him.
I can't go. Okay, Jeff, I'm on your platform right now. Jeff, fuck you. Fuck you for conceding. Fuck you for the Washington Post. Fuck you for not letting the Washington Post endorse Kamala Harris. Fuck you for all of this.
About it.
And fuck you for conceding to Trump to not allow tariff pricing. That would be the consumer positive thing to do is I'll show the tariff price, show the price of good, I mean, they do it in Europe, the VAT tax. Everyone knows what VAT tax is if you've done any sort of online shopping. Now, we don't even get to see what the tariffs are costing us because you conceded. You capitulated to this fucking idiot. We need people to know how much the government is costing them.
He said, well, I don't want to do that. And he took it off immediately.
So he changed course. And will you take that same tactic with other CEOs?
Yes.
If you
I'll
feel
always
like
call people if I disagree with them.
Yep. He will strong arm you. Imagine you're a company and the president of the United States calls you up and says, hey, I don't like what you're doing. Stop. Do people not understand what power dynamics are? This is the most powerful person in the United States, or in the world, not just the United States, in the world calling you up and being like, hey, I don't really like what you're doing. It's mobster tactics.
If I think that somebody's doing something that's incorrect, wrong, or maybe hurtful to the country, I'll call, absolutely. Wouldn't you want me to call? Biden wouldn't call because he didn't know what was happening, but I do.
I don't think you know what's happening either. I think people point you to things they want you to do, but you spend 3 to 10 hours a day golfing or just watching Fox News or live truthing or getting mad in the middle of the night because some judge said, hey, what you're doing is unconstitutional. Oh, my God.
Takes me to my next question. Today's strong jobs report likely means, not clear, but likely means the Fed is less likely to lower interest rates.
Well, he should lower them.
He won't.
And at some point he will.
No.
He'd rather not because he's not a fan of mine.
No, Jerome Powell was appointed by you. He is a Republican. It's not that he's not a fan of you. He has a lot of economic data that he's looking at, and he sees that if he lowers interest rates right now, it may cause everything to collapse sooner than it needs to. He has warned against what you are doing because what you're doing is not economically sound. It's not that he's not a fan of you. He's not a fan of your policies and the things that you are making them try to clean up.
You know, he just doesn't like me because I think he's a total stiff. And,
Stiff?
It's just one of those things.
He's a numbers guy. Yeah, of course he's a stiff. What are you talking about?
He should lower them. And I wish the people that are on that board would get him to lower because we are at a perfect time. It's already late, but he should lower interest rates.
Do you rule out removing Fed Chair Jerome Powell?
I'm not, I get to change him very quickly anyway. It's in a very short period of time.
In 2020. 2026. You're not
Okay.
going to remove, you don't have plans to remove him before 2026
No,
when
I
his
don't
time's
have
up?
to. That was a total. Why would I do that? I get to replace the person in another short period of time.
Okay. This week, you reshuffled your national security team.
If he fires Jerome Powell, the stock market will collapse. Period. End of story. And in 2026, when he appoints some flunky to run that, the stock market will collapse. Guaranteed. You cannot have an ideologue in charge of the Fed. That is a disaster. I mean, we can't have ideologues in charge of everything else that we're doing right now. But the Fed? No.
Yeah.
You moved National Security Advisor Mike Waltz to UN ambassador. Just to remind our viewers, Waltz, of course, started that unsecure text chain
Sure,
where
fall
sensitive
guy.
information was shared.
Fall guy.
Mr. President, was that move a punishment?
No, I just think he'll do a nice job in the new position.
He can leak more secrets about UN stuff. I don't know. Not a punishment. Not punishing him for doing bad things. No.
Marco's doing an outstanding job. No, Marco won't keep. Marco's very busy doing other things, so he's not going to keep it long term. We're going to put somebody else in. But I think Mike, who's as you know, he's a fine guy, and I think he'll do a very good job. Knows the countries, knows leadership, and I think he'll do a very good job at the United Nations. And in the meantime, Marco's really doing something special, and it's going to work out very well.
We're hearing some potential names. Stephen Miller's name, one of your longtime most loyal aides, his name has
The
been
president.
talked about as a potential national security advisor. Is he someone you're looking
Well,
at?
I'd love to have Stephen there, but that would be a downgrade. Stephen is much higher in the totem pole than that. Am I?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. He's not just an aide. He's more important. He's much higher in the totem pole than that. Because he's the shadow president. Elon was somewhat economics. Elon's running the game. Foreign policy, internal domestic policy, Stephen Miller's running the game. Trump, golfing, having a fun time, doing interviews. Do you think the reason that Biden didn't do interviews like this every other day was because he was lazy and mentally not there? Okay, he wasn't mentally there. Granted, he had some severe problems. Stephen Miller Band, I hate that. I hate that. Biden had some serious mental problems, mental decline, but he had competent people around him to run the presidency. You got white nationalists and people who want to crash the global economy for fun because their billionaire friends are going to make more money. Cool.
My opinion.
Can you tell us who the front runner is right
Well,
now?
I have a lot of people that want it. I will tell you, I have everybody calling. Everybody wants to be a part of this administration. So at some point we'll, probably do that. There's a theory, Henry Kissinger did both. There's a theory that you don't need two people, but I think I have some really great people that could do a good job.
So Secretary Rubio could continue to have both jobs
He
indefinitely?
could, yeah, he could.
He couldn't. Not officially. He might be able to do it as interim, but not according to the Constitution. No.
Good, but I think he even would.
Who cares about the Constitution, though?
Like to probably see, because it is a little bit different. But in the meantime, he'll handle it. And I think Mike, if that goes forward, he still has to get approved. But I think Mike will do a very good job at the United Nations.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, obviously also on that unsecure text chain, he was sharing sensitive information. Are you looking for a new Secretary of Defense, Mr.
No,
President?
not even a little bit. No. Pete's going to be great.
Yeah, this Fox News correspondent, this is the guy that we should have in charge of our national security and also our troops. This alcoholic. Nothing against alcoholics, okay? But unqualified alcoholic with a rage problem who has a tattoo that, okay, if we want to talk about MS-13, let's talk about Pete Hegseth's tattoos for a second, okay? The inference for the MS-13 thing is way less than the white nationalist tattoo that Pete Hegseth has. All right.
His job is safe
We're
right now.
doing a fantastic job against the Houthis.
Houthis.
Who like blowing ships up and watching them sink in the ocean.
I agree. The Houthis are not good people. I know a lot of people on the left are like, hey, we love the Houthis. We got that Hoofy Luffy over there. We got all these Houthis doing base things against Israel. No, the Houthis are terrorists. Hamas is terrorists. Terrorists. But good job attacking Yemen. Oh, the major power of Yemen. You've won against Yemen. It's like beating up a not even a toddler, like an infant. Not even an infant. An infant can fight back more than the Yemenis can. Okay? So fuck off. Proving you're a big strong man because you're killing Houthis. All right, cool.
We're hitting them very hard. No, he's doing a very good job.
His job is safe right now.
Totally safe.
Okay, let's talk about the border.
Okay.
Let's talk about deportation.
I'm not trying to diminish Yemen. I'm just saying the power scales are wildly different here.
Border crossings are at their lowest level ever recorded.
Because they're scared.
Is the border
that good?
Is the border now secure?
Yeah, it's really secure.
It's
that
absolutely
good that when
secure.
We've done nothing to beef up border security. The only thing we've done is say, if you come across this border, we'll send you to an indefinite concentration camp. Cool. Without due process, of course.
Say that, doesn't that just sound good? After being abused for years by an incompetent president that allowed people to pour through an open border, criminals from all over the world, murderers and insane people from...
Insane people. They were seeking asylum, must come from mental asylums. That's...
mental institutions and
Hannibal Lecter.
Isn't it a beautiful thing when you say it's the most secure it's ever been in the history of our country? Isn't that a nice statement?
Well, I'm curious to know what it means. You declared a national emergency on the southern border. The order is still in place.
By the way,
even
it
though
means
you're saying the
exactly
border's
what you
secure.
said. You know,
Yeah.
It means we have the most secure border we've ever had.
Well, and I guess the question
complicated.
becomes, when will you know that the emergency is over? Are you planning to lift it at some point? Is it necessary? Because obviously the military is involved. Will you lift that emergency?
Well, the biggest emergency is the courts aren't allowing us to take really
We're going to
bad
talk
people
about
out.
that, but talk to me first
That's
about
to me
this.
The biggest emergency is the courts saying what you're doing is unconstitutional. That's the reason that it's an emergency. That's the reason they're taking powers. They're power playing. And who knows how long they're going to declare martial law at some point. They won't call it martial law, but effectively it will be martial law. The EO with the police having no scrutiny on them is practically very close to martial law at this point. They're going to continue saying we're in danger. We need to take these actions. We need to take away habeas corpus. We need to take away all due process for everyone, not just refugees and illegals. That's where this is going. Mark my fucking words.
Emergency.
Talk to me first about this
The border
emergency.
now is not the emergency. The border is it's all part of the same thing, though. The big emergency right now is that we have thousands of people that we want to take out, and we have some judges that want
Thousands. We have a national emergency for thousands of people. Cool.
everybody to go to
Some
court.
of them you appointed, sir,
That's
including
all right.
3 on the
I mean,
Supreme
you know,
Court.
they change. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how that
It's unbelievable that the people on the Supreme Court said what I was doing was unconstitutional. The arbiters of what is constitutional or not constitutional. It's unbelievable these people would turn on me doing unconstitutional things and not just falling in line. Why can't you just fall in line? We'll just have to take them out some other way. Don't worry about it.
happened.
That's not a threat. That's just they're going to do something to make sure the Supreme Court and the courts in general cannot go and tell the Trump administration that they can't do things. That's where this is heading. Whether it's martial law, whether it's for boy, my brain is getting tired. Dissolution, whatever. Removing the judge's authority, removing the judiciary's authority over what he does. This is where this is heading.
But they do change.
Just to button this up, though, are you planning to lift that emergency order
Nope.
anytime
Nope.
soon?
Nope.
Now that the
Nope.
border's
Nope.
secure?
We have an
You say the
emergency. We have a
border's secure?
massive emergency. Overall, it's an overall emergency.
Border
in the
secure,
nation. And,
still emergency. Don't worry about it.
If the courts don't allow us to take people out,
Then
if we had to have a court case, think of it, every single person, we have millions of people. We're going to have millions of court cases?
yes, that is what is under the Constitution of the United States. Is everyone is entitled to due process. Fuck you. What is this? How could anyone agree with this? No matter how reactionary you are, you're agreeing with someone being like, fuck the Constitution. They don't need a trial. It's fine. How do you prove that they're a danger to their communities and the places they are without first understanding what they have done or didn't do?
Here, 2 weeks a court case, it would be 300 years.
So let's
You know you can do more than one at once, right? You know it's not consecutive, right? That is a stupid fucking thing you just said. That is a stupid fucking thing.
talk about this because obviously you've had a back and forth with the Supreme Court. In a 9-0 decision, the Supreme Court directed your administration to facilitate the return. You've talked about this in the past of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from a prison in El Salvador, whose deportation your administration called an administrative error. You said in a recent interview you could bring him back, but you won't. Are you defying the Supreme Court, sir?
No, I'm relying on the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who's very capable, doing a great job, because I'm not involved in the legality or the illegality. I have lawyers to do that. And
You're the president of the United States. The buck stops with you. It doesn't stop with Pam Bondi. It doesn't stop with any attorney that's telling you what you want to hear. What the fuck are you talking about? You take responsibility for your actions. You are, and your administration, which is less so, you know what the fuck is going on, is openly defying the highest court, not just in the United States, in the world, saying, I know better than them. I will not do a 9-0 decision. Not do it. I won't do it. What the fuck is this? Like, people talk about constitutional crises. We're in the middle of one right now. We're already there. It doesn't matter that he's appealing. It doesn't matter anything. The second that the Supreme Court says you can't do this, you don't do it. When the Supreme Court ruled that Biden couldn't do his thing that would actually help people, which is getting rid of some student debt, he changed the mechanism because they ruled the mechanism that he was using was unconstitutional. So he changed the mechanism and tried to get it through again. Change your mechanism and try to do it again. Maybe your mechanism should be they should get due process. Maybe that's mass trials. That would be bad too, but it's better than what you're doing now. Change your mechanism and start over. That's what you do. You can't openly defy the Supreme Court. And how people don't understand that that's what's happening is crazy to me.
And that's why I have a great DOJ. We have a great one. We had a very corrupt one before. Now we have a great one.
Yeah, it was corrupt. It was corrupt. Now we have a DOJ that goes after my political opponents. I love them. I think they're great. I told everyone that the DOJ was weaponized before. Now it definitely is.
And they're not viewing the decision the way you said it. They don't view it that way at all. They think it's a totally different decision.
You put partisan hacks in there. You get partisan hack. Oh my God! Shut the fuck. It's so.
You say you have the power to bring him back, though. Your attorney general says, quote, that's up to El Salvador. Just to put a fine point on this.
It's not.
Do you have the power to bring
The power of the United States. We could go over to any country right now and say, hey, give us this person. And you know what? Because of our soft power we used to have, we could have gotten that person anywhere in the world. For a person who we said, hey, take care of this person for us. We don't want him in our jails. Put him in your concentration camp for the rest of his life. And then we're like, oh, we can't take him back. We can't do that. It's such flagrant bullshit. We're the United States of fucking America. We can do whatever we want. In this regard, we could do whatever we want. You could call him right now, and within 10 minutes, he'll be on a plane. I guarantee you.
Abrego Garcia back as the Supreme Court?
Well, I have the power to ask for him to come back if I'm instructed by the Attorney General that it's legal to do so.
Who runs the company or the country? Who's running the country? Pam Bondi? Is she the president? I'm confused. Where does the buck stop, Donald?
But the decision as to whether or not he should come back will be the head of El Salvador. He's a very capable man.
Well, you know, and your Attorney General has said it, the issue is with that word facilitate. Will you seek clarification from the Supreme Court? Do you need to go back to the Supreme
We
Court?
may do that.
Oh my God. Why have I spent 2 hours and now 2 hours and 41 minutes for 24 minutes, for 27 minutes of this fucking interview? Oh my God.
Was asking about that. We may do that. There are some people that say, bring him back, put him in trial, and you get him out right away because you see what happened just this morning. Tapes came out, horrible tapes from his wife. You don't get much worse than that.
His wife is on record saying that what he did was not good, but it doesn't mean he should be deported. And she said she's not scared of him. She was at the time. She's not anymore. If every wife beater was deported, we wouldn't have a police force. Got him!
You don't get, I mean, he seems certainly like a very dangerous, very bad person, but even the wife who was so afraid, she was afraid to talk, and all of a sudden tapes got released this morning that were devastating to him.
And this is the point, sir, about due process.
We could do it before we send them to a death camp. Weird.
The Constitution says every person, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Why not push to have him come back, present all of that evidence in court, let a judge decide?
Well, I'll leave that to the lawyers, and I'll leave that to the Attorney General of the United States.
But do you
because they're
agree?
in it. You have to understand, I'm dealing with Russia and Ukraine. I'm dealing
And we're
with
going to talk
China.
about that.
I'm dealing with Iran. I'm dealing with Rwanda and Congo, who are fighting, and we're trying to get that one straightened out, and I think we have done that. Did a great job. Nobody even talks about it, but I
Yeah,
think
yeah, because you've done nothing for that. What are you talking about? At least brag. If you're going to say you're fixing all that stuff, brag about that. Brag about stuff you're doing. We don't hear anything about the Rwanda and Congo from you.
we're close to doing that. They're looking like they're going to maybe make a peace deal, which would
They
be good.
won't.
But I'm dealing with a lot of different
He's
things.
not doing anything.
I don't know much about this gentleman other than I hear he's an absolute not good person. And I have very capable legal people, John Sauer, as you know, and all top people. And I have to rely on that to interpret whatever's said by the Supreme Court. Now, with that being said, I have tremendous respect for the Supreme Court. Look, three of the people.
It's not about respect. You are bound by the Supreme Court. There should be, the second your administration defied not facilitating Garcia's return, there should have been, I don't know who, but people should have come and arrest your top people. That is how the Constitution works. You can't fucking ignore. I have respect for them. I have respect for them when they do what I want. When they don't do what I want, don't respect them as much.
People are people I appointed.
Right.
And I have great respect for the Supreme Court. And I would expect that the Attorney General will be doing the right thing.
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr.
I
President?
don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment says
I don't know.
it's
It might say that, but if you
It might say that. Who knows? Who knows what the Constitution says? What the Bill of Rights say? Who knows?
talking about that, then we'd have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3
Good.
million trials. We have thousands of people
Also, there's not that many. You're overinflating.
that are some murderers and some drug.
Sure, and so are millions upon millions of white people and people who are naturalized citizens. Okay, what is your goddamn point?
dealers and some of the worst people on earth.
But
It's not the worst people on earth. The worst people on earth happen to be in the White House.
Some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth. And I was elected to get him the hell out of here, and the courts are holding me from doing it.
But even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as
I
president?
don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers.
Hold on. Trump swearing in 2024. Hold on.
To the best of my ability.
Let's just
Please raise your right hand and repeat after
let's
me.
just listen to this really quick.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Okay. A handshake deal. You'll notice he wasn't even touching the Bibles, by the way. His son was holding the Bibles. He didn't have a hand on it. Didn't do anything with the Bibles. Not that I give a shit about that. I'm just saying, for you conservatives who are all Jesus Christy, he didn't even touch the Bibles. And now he's like, let's just listen again.
No, I have.
That's the
Don't you
question.
need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as
I
president?
don't know.
I don't know. Do you need to uphold and preserve the Constitution? I don't know.
I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said.
No, they're not.
What
They're not
you
doing it right
said
now.
Is not what I heard the Supreme Court said. They have a different interpretation.
Yes, this is what I keep saying about him golfing and not paying attention and not being in charge. He gets told by his flunkies that the Supreme Court actually 9-0 agreed with them, even though in the plainest English they said you must facilitate this man's release back to the United States to have a trial. He's not doing that. There is no ambiguity here, but he doesn't know. That's why he's just like, the lawyers know, I don't know. Do you need to uphold the Constitution? I don't know.
Is anyone in your administration right now in contact with El Salvador about returning
No.
Rodrigo Garcia to
I
the United
don't know.
States?
You'd have to ask the Attorney General that question.
Okay. At least 2 Americans have been mistaken.
Like, they pissed and moaned that Biden didn't know what was going on in his administration. And he's like, this is like a constitutional crisis. And the president here is like, I don't know, you have to ask them. I don't know what's going on. And they're okay with this. Hypocrisy does not bother these people. It doesn't bother them. It doesn't matter.
Mistakenly detained and released by your administration, immigration authorities. Mr. President, should lawful residents of this country start carrying paperwork with them when they leave their homes? to
I
be
don't
able to
think that'll
prove
be
that they're
necessary, but what you're not saying is that many people have been killed, maimed, badly hurt by illegal immigrants that came over that are from prisons and from jail.
So you asked me if legal citizens should carry paperwork. What about those who have been killed? There's been let's say there's been 1,000 deaths, which is horrible. I think that's probably a little high. Maybe it's not. Let's just say it's 1,000. 1,000 people have died. Let's say 5,000 people have been killed by undocumented immigrants. Okay, let's say 5,000. The question was, should legal immigrants carry their paperwork on them at all times? And he's like, what about those 5,000? There's a lot more than 5,000 people who are scared to death that they are going to be rounded up by ICE agents and put into a concentration camp, never to be seen again. And there has been multiple, I'm talking dozens of people who have presented paperwork Their paperwork, their legal paperwork, their social security cards, their passports to these ICE agents, and they slap it out of their hands, and they get taken away anyway. So let's think about the 5,000 people that died, which, again, that is a insane number that I'm throwing out there. Let's abandon the Constitution. Let's abandon the rule of law. Let's abandon everything in the 250 years of our country because a few thousand people have died. Again, not bad. No, I'm not saying that's not bad. But we didn't abandon... we did some awful things after 9/11. That was a much bigger threat than this. Hugely more. Hugely more. And we may have caused the conditions that caused 9/11. Not saying it's our fault, but us bombing random brown people over in the Middle East definitely doesn't help. What caused this? This is unforced. There was no major event. They're making it up. They're making up that all these people are murderers and rapists. This man in front of me is a rapist. He was in court and held civilly liable for raping Eugene Carroll. But he gets to do what he wants because we voted him in. And presidents, they have unlimited authority. They can go over the Supreme Court. They can go over lesser courts. They can go over anything. What makes you think your vote is going to count next time? They already tried to coup. He already tried to coup. If it wasn't for Mike Pence, they would have gotten away with it. He had fake electors, people who went to jail for him, to sign on the dotted line that they are the real electors, trying to throw the entire thing into chaos, trying to install himself as president. But we'll listen to him as the moral arbiter of what's going on in this country. Fucking unbelievable.
And from mental institutions, and they're hurting our people. And if we don't get them out, we're not going to have a country for long. We need honest.
Yeah.
We need honest media, and we need walls. We need to have borders. And by the way, I built a lot of walls, and if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be able to.
You didn't build that much wall. Biden built more wall than you did. And I disagree. He shouldn't have kept building walls, but he kept building the fucking walls. Biden did way more, like 4 times as much wall as you did. And you only got like 100 or so, 160 miles. I don't even think it was that much. I think it might have been 60 miles of wall. Walls that are easily scalable, by the way.
You know, we would not be able to have the kind of numbers if I wasn't successful in building hundreds of miles of wall.
Very quickly, sir.
Bullshit.
The last time
Hundreds
you and I
of miles.
spoke in December, you said that you would consider working on getting Dreamers legal status. Dreamers, of course, those who were brought here illegally as children. Where do those efforts stand? Is that a priority for you?
Well, it's not a priority for the Democrats because every time we talk about it, they don't want to talk about it because I guess they like it as a political issue, but they're not good at political issues because they still want to have men playing women's sports.
Well, Republicans do control
The whataboutism there. Oh my God.
Congress right now, Mr. President.
the
Are you going
Democrats
to
don't-
make Dreamers a priority?
Well, you need for that, you would need to have support from Democrats, and we have no support from the Democrats.
Have you had any discussions about Dreamers?
Yeah, we've had discussions. We would do something. I'd love to put in beautiful immigration for everybody, but the Democrats don't want to approve anything. All they
You are in the majority seats of every branch of government. You don't need the Democrats to pass a Dreamer Act. What are you talking about? Such a fucking liar.
want to do is knock out a tax bill. We're trying to get approved right now the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And if it doesn't
For
get
billionaires.
approved, it's a 68% tax increase, and that's what the Democrats want.
You set that up. Okay, so Trump's tax cuts, the first term, he had a 4-year provision in there that the taxes would increase by a substantial amount, especially on lower and middle income families, just right there in his bill. And it was exactly for this, so we could have political leverage to pass a new one, a worse one. Why would you put in your tax bill a 4-year provision that happens to bypass the next 4 years of your administration that you're hoping you get reelected? Why would you do that? For any other reason than to punish the American people and have leverage to pass another tax bill that may be worse, but maybe in other ways, but might you could view it as a win for your side. And people are gonna Democrats are gonna vote for it because they don't want those tax increases to happen on their watch, even though Trump was the one who wrote them. Not Trump exactly, but his administration the first time. Entirely different people, by the way.
Want a 68% tax increase. It's rather incredible.
And I do want to talk to you about your legislation, but let's talk about DOJ very quickly. DOJ has fired and then rehired thousands of federal workers, including FAA employees in charge of aviation safety, specialists working on...
I hope they bring up Newark, New Jersey's airport. Like, aviation experts are saying don't fly into there. There was a blip for 30 seconds where the air traffic controllers had no data. That keeps happening. That's going to be everywhere soon. We don't fund the FAA. This is what happens. Systems fail unless they are maintained.
Clear weapon safety. What do you say to those who believe Elon Musk's chainsaw approach has jeopardized the safety and security of Americans?
Well, he found $160 billion worth of fraud, waste, and abuse.
$160 billion? Great. That's fantastic. What is the GDP of America again? Let's just look it up. GDP of the United States. Oh, you found $130 billion of waste and fraud. No fraud has been found, by the way. They would have actually opened up investigations. They have not opened up any investigations. We have a GDP every year of $27.27 trillion. This is probably actually more because this is a few years back. So let's say $30 trillion, which I'd say they're pretty that's where it's heading, right? We can agree with that. So $30 trillion, and you found 130 billion. That doesn't even count for the rounding error in the 72. That brings our GDP down 1 point. That's not even 1%. You found you've disrupted and fired tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people to save literal pennies. Literal pennies. It's crazy. Maybe I guess maybe this comparison is not how much in taxes do the U.S. collect each year? Okay, so let's be charitable. $5.1 trillion of tax revenue. $5.1 trillion of tax revenue. So the $130,000 or $130 billion they found brings it down to $5 trillion. You shaved off 130. You shaved it off. You disrupted all these things. You're going to, with it, destroy flight, Social Security, roads and infrastructure, research and medicine, opportunities for a better life for everyone in this country, food stamps, I forget what the acronym is now. It's another food assistance program. Soft power of the United States. Everything for $130 billion. Something that you could get, by the way, by increasing the marginal tax rate over, let's say, people who make $100,000 a year. Let's just raise taxes for them 1%. 1%, you would get way more. Way more in just Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk than $130 billion. As Elon would say, let that sink in. Okay, that was stupid. Sorry.
I mean, I think she's done an amazing job. I think his people have done an incredible job. They're brilliant people. They know the computer. I actually asked them,
They know the computer.
what's their big trait? He said they're unbelievable at computers. In other words, you can't fake them out because these people are, in many cases, crooks.
They've written AI to go through all the government data and fire people based on AI. Yeah, they know computer. They know computer so well. This is how our government should be run by AI fiat.
But it was fraud, waste, and abuse. They found your question should be asked a different way. Were certain things found? Yes. How much? $160 billion.
160
Think
now.
of what 160 billion is. He found 160.
He said he'd find $2 trillion.
It's true.
Well, we're not finished yet. We're not finished
Do you
yet.
think the work
Let's cut
continues
more.
even though he's
Of
leaving?
course.
He said
Sure, he's
He's-
leaving behind some very brilliant people. They weren't telling
Yeah,
him.
big balls. Big balls. Let's just look at big balls. Doge. This guy. This guy. They had an interview with Big Balls. Thanks, Fox News. This guy. This is the guy. I have never seen a young Nazi that looks so young Nazi-esque. I'm sorry. Whoa, what are we doing? Left it in good hands. Big balls.
Vision last night. They're super high IQ people. I like high IQ people. The Democrats don't have many of them.
Let me ask you about some news that broke. You are threatening to rescind Harvard's tax-exempt status.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yet
Yeah.
directing the IRS
Yeah.
to investigate and rescind a university's tax-exempt status is contrary to what's in the federal law. The law says you can't do this. Do you think you're following the law?
Well,
My
I
lawyers
tell you,
say I
I'm
am.
going to just follow what the lawyers say.
Yeah, my
They say that
lawyers-
We're allowed to do that.
My lawyers,
And I'm all for
I can
it.
do whatever I want.
Everything
Lawyers say
is
it's fine.
subject to the laws being 100% adhered to.
Are you willing to take this to court if it becomes a court fight? You're going
Sure, why-
to
Sure.
take it that
We've
far?
won a lot of cases.
All right, let's talk about some of the other
Oh, my
actions you've
God.
taken over the past 100 days. Last month, you directed your Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to review 2 people who you perceived to be your political adversaries. And yet you told me in December that you would not direct the Justice Department to investigate your political foes. What changed?
Well, no, I just look at people, and I'm not directing anybody. They looked at these 2 people. They might have known it, or they might have heard it from 2 years ago. One person said, he knew me so well. He was, I think, on CNN or MSDNC, but they're both failing networks. You're happy to know, even though one of them, I guess, is related to you in one form or another, although they're trying to cut him loose as fast as possible. But it was well known that this one person, it was almost like he was my brother. I don't even know who he is. Maybe he was there. Maybe he was in the Oval Office a few times as a surrogate for, you know, somebody in some form of government, along with 25 other people that sat in the back of the room or stood in the back of the room. I have no idea who this guy is. And he's out there. And then he did a book called Anonymous. I think that's really subversion. I think it's spying. It's something really bad.
But you,
talking bad about my administration as someone who's been there and saw it happen. If you do that, spy. You know what the punishment is for spies? Huh. I wonder what I'm saying here.
passed
And
an
I think
executive
he's-
order
no,
calling for
I
your
think
Attorney
he's
General
been
to
looked at
investigate that.
for a long time. And the other one said that the election was so wonderful. It was such a, well, it turned out it wasn't a wonderful election. It was a corrupt election.
Let me ask you,
Again, I'm streaming on Twitch. You can't say that. It was not. You lost 62 out of 63 cases. The one you won was for an incidental thing that you won.
this way, sir, because when we talked in December, I asked you, what is your message to people who didn't vote for you? Let me remind you of what you said. You said, I love you, and we're going to all work together. How does pursuing your political foes help to
Did I
unify
really
the
say I
country?
love you?
You really did. That's a direct quote.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right, but I'd like to
I
see.
promise I'll show it to you. I'll show you
Did his problem with that statement is, did I say I love you? I don't even tell my kids I love you. You must be wrong.
the tape.
Look,
How does that help to
I
unify
want to
the
treat
country?
people fairly, whether they voted for me or not. I want to have a unified country. It's very hard because the media is so fake.
Oh my God. Yeah, the media is the fake thing here. It's so frustrating how capitulated the media is, how much the media is not talking about the things that he's doing because they are all caught and they are all owned by the Republicans at this point. Every piece of media right now should be questioned, not just Fox News. Like they don't talk about what's actually happening anymore. They are outside of reality. They have been bought and sold because this guy is threatening them. ABC dared to post a factual statement, a factual story on him. 60 Minutes, same thing. They're all getting decimated because he has power over them. And so they choose not to do the things. They can air this kind of thing because it's him talking, but they can't talk about it elsewise. How much do they really talk about what's going on? How much talk about the shortages have you heard on mainstream news? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe every shipping harbor person, maybe the fucking maritime map is wrong. Let's let's look at the maritime map, huh? Maybe this is wrong. Maybe this data is wrong. Look at this. Look at it. Look at all the ships going and coming around the world. How few of them are coming and going from the United States compared. You have to own an account to look at this historical data. Like you can even see all more ships going into the Vancouver port. You can actually see than the ones that are hugging. Look at these. These ones are just going by. These ones are going down to Mexico. United States bound? There's a few. These ones are Canadian bound. Some of them are going to Portland, Seattle. A lot of them are going to Canada. Look over here. All the ones going across because they close. The Houthis are closing off this. Right here, they're closing this off. So some ships can get through, but there used to be a lot more going through there. Our global trade is fairly fucked right now. And a lot of places are going around us. Like these ones, all these ones right here. These are all going down here. A lot of them are going down here. It's crazy what's going on. But there's no disturbance. There's nothing's happening. Everything, don't talk about it until it happens. And if it happens, maybe you can talk about it, but don't talk about the ramifications of what could happen. Just smile and nod and agree with Trump. Like in that last interview, why couldn't you just agree with me? Be easier if you just agreed with me.
Including, like even the way you ask questions. Every question
Fake
is asked in a
news.
negative vein. There's a toy company that took a toddler's, whatever, but you don't talk about the fact that gasoline is down at numbers that nobody believes possible. You know why they're down, by the way? Drill, baby, drill.
We haven't opened any fucking drill operations in the United States under his term yet. I'm sure we will. We've not drill baby drilled. That's not why prices are down. That's so fucking stupid.
They're drilling like crazy right now.
We try to make sure every question is fair, Mr.
Well,
President.
Look, every question you ask says a very negative slant.
No, but look, I'm just curious.
I'm fine for responding to you. I don't think you're very difficult at all to respond to be honest with you. But you know what? You should ask some positive things like, sir, it's amazing what you've done with gasoline. Because,
The role of the press in the United States should be like his briefing rooms where he's brought in like Tim Pool and other fucking right-wing influencers and be like, sir, you're the most amazing person that's ever lived. How are you so awesome? Like, what do you do? Anyway, gasoline's cheaper. Bye!
You know what? Gasoline's big business. A stroller is not big business.
To this question, Mr. President, you said you wanted to unify the country. Does going after political foes undercut that goal?
No, not at all. No, we want
Doesn't.
honest people.
Okay.
I think you have to do that. We want honest people in this country.
Let me ask you big picture. People who have lived in countries like the Philippines, Hungary, Russia, they look at some of your actions going after civil service, going after universities, law firms, the media. They say it's out of an authoritarian playbook.
Uh-huh.
What do you say to those who believe you are taking the country down an authoritarian path?
Well, there you go again. Why don't you ask it a different way?
Can't answer the question. I'll just bash the question.
Many people wanted to come into our country. Many people love Trump. I won the election. They didn't win the election.
I could be authoritarian because people voted for me. That's how this works.
I got a lot more votes than they did. I won the popular vote. I won all 7 swing states by a lot. A lot of people were surprised. I said, I think
Giant 3% mandate. Oh.
you could win 4, maybe 5. No, I won all 7, and I won by a lot. And I won, actually, I think there was a lot of hanky-panky going on, but it was too big to rig. That's the good news.
Some hanky-panky going on. The fuck are they doing in those ballot boxes?
It's too big to rig. But let me just say, so when you make these statements about, people say this, people, well, you know, they had their chance at the election and they lost big. So you should ask the question differently. You should say, what about the people that want to be in this country? What about the people that love this country?
What about the people who want you to be authoritarian?
But what do you say to, I'm asking it on behalf of those people to give you a chance to respond to them. What do you say to those people, sir?
Those people are going to be very happy. They're going to have to see some results. And I think we had a great 100 days. There are a lot of people that say it was unprecedented. It was an absolutely unprecedented 100 days. And I hope that they're going to be right.
Do you see dissent as an essential part of democracy?
Ooh.
It's a part of democracy. It is.
It's not essential, though. You shouldn't dissent. It's a part I don't like. It's a part.
Is it an important part of democracy?
Yeah, you're always going to have, Kristen, you're always going to have dissent. There's nothing you're going to do about that. Am I going to get 100% unified? It would be a strange place. I can't even imagine it where 100%. Look, you have people that are good people. They're very smart people. And they honestly believe we should have open borders and the entire world should be...
Okay. There are some people in this country who think we should have open borders. That is a very, 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 very small amount of people who don't believe in states and countries who believe in open borders. No Democrat believes in open borders. No one. This lie is so pernicious. And uncontested by the media. They can't talk about it. They can't be like, hey, what policy was in place to keep an open border? No. Can't do that. Can't push back on that, which is a fact. It's just a fact in their minds that they wanted open borders. They had open borders. Besides the fact that they had more border arrests under Biden than Trump's first administration, they had more ICE raids under Biden than Trump's administration. Open borders.
Allowed to pour into our country. I think it's a 95-5 issue, but they believe it. They're not even bad people. Some of them are bad. You have people that honestly believe that men should be allowed to play in women's sports. Some of these people...
Maybe they don't believe that people who have transitioned and socially want to be women, that they're men anymore. Maybe the testosterone or the estrogen that male to female trans people have decreases their bones, their musculature, decreases their strength, their endurance, which is what happens. It's not a big deal. It's an emotional issue, and a lot of people are like, oh, I wouldn't want my daughter facing up against a guy. There's been like 20 trans kids in sports. You know what trans kids don't like to do? Fucking sports. You think every trans kid is like, yeah, I want to get in there and play some sports. No, they want to watch anime and they want to play some video games. They aren't majority fast, but it's such a bullshit issue. Like, there's been states that have passed anti-trans laws that target one person in their college division that is trans. That's insane. What an over fucking reaction. Even if people weren't in hormone washes that was changing their physiognomy, whatever. Even if that was the case, which it's not, you're going to write legislation and go after people, one person, two people, three people, 10 people? That's crazy. The only reason this argument works is because people have a thing in their head of like, oh, the fairness of sports. The fairness. It's mind-boggling. And you know what? People who are trans, formerly male, they're now female, their musculature and their bones and everything about them is no longer male. I'm sorry. They had a second puberty, and things are now different. They are weaker than they would have been if they continued down their male path. Okay? It's just a fact. It absolutely is a fact. It is completely vibes-based, this argument. And dehumanizing, obviously.
I haven't been able to find any, but they exist. They say it's an 80-20 issue. I don't believe that. I think it's a 97-3 issue.
Do you think people should have the right to criticize you without fear of reprisal?
Absolutely, yeah, I do. That I do.
And how do you square
And I think that happens.
How do you square that with the fact that you have passed these executive orders asking the Attorney General to look into some of the people who've criticized you, who've been harshest against you?
I have been investigated.
So why are you investigating people who are criticizing you? Well, I've been investigated. Well, why were you investigated? Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about my coup attempt. Let's not talk about all the unconstitutional things I did. Let's not talk about the rapes that I was civilly held accountable for, and the many other people who accused me of rape. Those people are all coming after me. It's certainly not my actions. It's like a murderer walking around and being like, why are the cops always after me? Why do they keep doing this to me? You're such a cry-bully. Such a cry-bully.
More than any person in the history of the United States.
Yeah, we've never faced a threat like you before. And the institutions are failing to rein you in. So congratulations, you've won. You've taken down America. Good job. Thumbs up for that.
Of America. I've been investigated more than the late, great, as I say at my rallies, Alphonse Capone. Alphonse Capone was a nasty man. He was the highest level.
Less dangerous than you.
And I have been investigated more than Al Capone, more than anybody.
Why?
These people are evil people. And I won. And I'll tell you what, all I want to happen is for the Department of Justice and the FBI. Pam is great and Cash is great. I think they're two great people. But they're their own people. They want to do a fantastic job. And all I want to do and all I want to ask for is that they be allowed to do their job.
I'm not their boss. I didn't put them there. Go ask them what they're doing. I didn't do it. I have no responsibility. The buck stops with everyone but me. I am not in control of this. I'm just a golfy boy. I'm just a little golfy boy, and I'm going to go play some golf after this. This nonsense. I took 3 hours of my day to do this interview, and then I'm off to the links. Maybe someone will call me if they need something, but probably not. They got it handled. Don't worry about it. The lawyers are in control. Stephen Miller's in control. Not me.
I'm not telling them to do anything, and I believe I have the right to do it. I'm, in theory, the top law enforcement officer as the president. We went over this once.
In theory.
Before, and it turned out I was right. But I'm not looking to use that. We have two great people, and we have many, many incredible people under them, and I just want them to do their job and do it well.
Let me ask you about something I don't think you've been asked much about, which is you've branded your own cryptocurrency.
Oh, boy.
The coin's value actually surged recently after you announced that top holders would be invited to have dinner.
I don't even know that.
with
What
him
did
in
it surge to?
Washington. What did it surge to?
Yeah, what's it worth? You might as well.
I love it. I love it. He's you're taking bribes. Mr. President, I see here you're taking bribes. Respond to that. What's the price at? Are we hodling? Did they hodl? Did they hodl very well? Are they still hodling? Oh, I'm making so much money off these fucking people. Oh my God, it's so great. And now they have access to me, the most important person in the whole world, the most.
Tell me, because I have no idea.
Well, it surged. It surged. I will find it. Hold on one second. 5.2 or 58%. So 58%.
To what number?
That's not bad. 14.32.
What?
Sorry. I was going to say
Billion?
No, $32.
billion? 142? What is that? What is that? 142. That's such a small number. I can't even imagine such a small number. Billion? I was just going to let this play out and stop pausing so much because I'm so tired. I'm so tired. It's been 3 hours and 21 minutes of this stream. It's probably less than this, like 3 hours. Billion?
What? Billion?
No, dollars per cryptocurrency.
$1 billion?
No.
What's the number? I mean, what is the amount?
What is happening? Oh, no.
So 58%.
To what number?
That's not bad. 14.32.
Wait, I feel like he's used to people telling him, okay, you own 58% of this crypto. So that means you have, I don't know, $300 billion. And he's like, cool. So when she's like, it surged 58%, he's like, I don't know what that means. And she's like, well, it's 140 something dollars per crypto coin. Billion? I don't know what that means either. They just tell me I'm rich, and I believe them because cryptocurrency is made up and bullshit.
What?
Per,
Billion?
no, dollars per cryptocurrency.
$1 billion?
No.
What's the number? I mean, what is the amount?
The meme coin's value hit a peak of 75.35 on January 19th.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
And
anything.
that's before your inauguration, and then it surged.
What does that mean for me? I don't know what that means. I mean, I'm losing my mind.
Look, I'm in favor of crypto.
Let me just ask you, what do you say to those?
He really was like, how much do I own? It surged 58%. No one's told me. I am going back right now and telling my people, sell, baby, sell a bunch of that. Give me $10 billion. It's cool. I can lose a little bit more. No one told me. I'm a billionaire. Who knew? Who knew you could be in business for 40, 50, 60 years? Take over your father's company. All it takes to be a billionaire is this bullshit.
Argue that when they hear that, they worry you're profiting from the presidency.
I'm not profiting from anything. All I'm doing is, because I started this long before the election.
A month. You started it a month before the election.
I want crypto. I think crypto is important because if we don't do it, China's going to. And it's new. It's very popular.
It's very unregulated. I like that about it. Very unregulated.
Very hot. If you look at the market, when the market went down, that stayed much stronger than other aspects of the market.
No, I was watching the crypto losses, even Doge, Bitcoin, Doge, Ethereum, they were all going up and down more than the stock. Like it was, you can put them on the same chart and they would line up. The crypto at this point is just gambling, just like stocks are. It's all just gambling, and that's fine. But it did not hold its value better than stocks. That's crazy.
But I want crypto because a lot of people, you know, millions of people want it. I don't know if you know that Biden went after it violently, and then before the election, he changed his tune entirely. His head of the SEC, everybody changed their tune. You know why? Because there were hundreds of millions of people that are participating in crypto.
Yeah, it should be regulated because of things like this.
And they wanted to get their votes.
So
but it didn't work.
you're not profiting off of the cryptocurrency
I haven't
business at
even
all?
looked.
Has your
But
family?
I'll tell you what, look,
I haven't even looked. They haven't told me. You're telling me it went up by 53%. I'm leaving here, going to the golf range, and I'm immediately telling them, stop hodling about $10 billion to that. I need that. Papa needs a new gold toilet. Ooh. Oh boy.
if I own stock in something and I do a good job and the stock market goes up, I guess I'm profiting.
They need to pass that Pelosi Act that makes it so people in government can't own stock either. What are you talking about? That is purely an argument for insider trading.
But who really profits is somebody like Nancy Pelosi, who uses
Ah!
inside information. She worked for $175,000 a year, and that's at the high end, and she's worth 150, $200 million. Okay, you ought to look at Nancy Pelosi.
I agree. Let's look at Nancy Pelosi. But also, your entire meme coin, 100% of it is there's no product, there's no surface, there's nothing to it besides give Donald Trump money. Unregulated, practically untraceable. It's traceable, but who cares? It's not regulated.
Pelosi, and you ought to look at some of these politicians that are stone cold crooks. I was very wealthy when I came in. Being president, I probably cost me money if you really look.
No, that is incorrect. No. Good sir. There is no way you have lost money from being president. Ask your son who got a $1 billion deal with Saudi Arabia. What are you talking about? It's cost you money to be president? What, unrealized gains from your failing hotels? Come on. You were going to run that into the ground just like you're running our country into the ground. There is no money you've left on the table. You have siphoned it all up.
In fact, I do something that no other president has done. They think maybe George Washington has done. I contribute my entire salary to the government, back to the government.
Yeah. Okay. That, $300,000? You're not even going to take that. That's fine. We know that you're making more than that, Donald. What are you talking? Like, that is such.
So will you contribute anything you earn from?
Just sell 100, 200, 300 of your meme coins, and you've made your salary back. Cool.
Crypto back to the government? If that
I
happens?
never thought of that. I mean, should I contribute all of my real estate that I've owned for many years if it goes up a little bit because I'm president and doing a good job? I don't think so.
They made Jimmy Carter sell his peanut ranch.
Okay.
But I've done something that surprisingly, they say nobody else has done, no other president has done. And it's a substantial salary. It's like $500,000 a year or $550,000
Okay.
a year, 4 years, a couple of $1 million. I gave it to the government last time. I never got a story saying I gave it. Nobody
It's
cared. If I gave it.
immaterial.
I guarantee if I didn't give it, there'd be a big story. But no other president, they say, with the possible exception of George Washington, and they haven't been able to find those records.
Yeah, he says George Washington took his salary like a reasonable person. You're just making bullshit up to compare yourself with George Washington.
And we've had wealthy presidents before, but no other president has contributed the salary. And
Top wealthiest presidents. Wow, George Washington, they've really... God, this just shows how much the oligarchy has taken over the United States. Look at this. We have Donald Trump, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson. These are inflated numbers due to they're aging it up. They owned a lot of land. These guys owned a lot of land because they were there in the founding. Okay, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Bush. Harry S. Truman, less than 1 million. What a fucking loser. Oh my God. Joe Biden, $10 million. You fucking loser. What are you doing? Richard Nixon, $20 million. What is wrong with you? Profit off of this. Like the Clintons made a lot of money past, most of this past when they were president or when he was president. Hillary got a lot from just being associated. But you're going to... $9 billion. Trump is claimed to be worth up to $10 billion, but this financial disclosure and campaign statements vary. We've had rich people before. Never a billionaire. You could say I'm the best. I've really fucked everything up.
They told me before this that you will probably be asking me whether or not I'm going to contribute my salary again.
She's like, I don't
But
care.
You haven't asked that.
Are you going to?
Yes.
You are. Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
It's immaterial. You have... Okay. Sir, you have $7.1 billion according to Forbes. Do you want $500,000? Or would you rather have the PR win? And why are you bringing... He's bringing it up. He's bringing it up because he's like, okay, I want everyone to know that I'm not taking this money. I'm saving the government all its money.
Well, I appreciate we just made news there. Let's talk about foreign policy, sir. You just signed a minerals deal with Ukraine. It's a sign, it seems, that the United States is invested in Ukraine's future. The Secretary of State told me this is a very critical week. Are you any closer to reaching a peace agreement between
I hope
Ukraine
so.
and Russia?
I hope so.
How would you
I do
characterize
believe we're...
Okay, before he gets into this, did you guys see his True Social post where he talked about, I guess Vladimir Putin might not want peace. Maybe he doesn't want this thing to end. He's the motherfucking aggressor. He is trying to take another country. And you're like, maybe he's not acting in good faith. He's playing me for a fool. I'm losing it. I can't stream for this long. My brain is so tired, but I have to finish this. There's 20 more minutes of this.
Closer with one party and maybe not as close with the other, but we'll have to see. I'd like to not say which one we're closer
Russia
to,
would
but
never have attacked
we did
Ukraine
do
if I was
the
in
American
there.
People, that was good. We were able to get rare earth. You know, the Europeans are getting paid back. They have a loan. We didn't. Biden just gave them $350 billion. He has no idea where the money is, what happened. And at least we'll, in one form or another, get our... I don't feel so foolish. And remember this. This is Biden's war. This was a war that was never going to happen if I were president.
Prove it. You're just yapping, bro. Prove it. I wouldn't doubt that you and Putin talked about this as you're like exiting. You're like, hey, you know, Vlad, we've talked about it many times. Trump has admitted that Vladimir Putin told him when he was in office he wants to take Ukraine. And Trump was probably like, hey, so there's a new guy coming in? Just have at it. I don't give a shit. Take it. Hell, I'll reward you if you take it in some way or another. It'll hurt the Bidens. Do it. Like you were impeached the first time over Ukraine, over a phone call you made with Vladimir Zelensky. Of course you told... I'm sure, yeah. I'm sure Trump told him, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. And before, he could have done it too. In Trump's term, he was still taking Crimea. In Obama's term, he was taking Crimea. You didn't stop that? Like, if you were such a good negotiator, you would have stopped the Crimea expansion. You would have stopped them from taking Crimea, which was part of Ukraine. You don't talk about that. It was going on when you were there, bud. It's going on right now, and you're being dog-walked by Putin.
This is a horrible, horrible war. And I get to see shots of soldiers through, satellite that are just so terrible. 5,000 soldiers are being, look, 5,000 soldiers a week on average are dying. They're not American soldiers, but I want to solve the problem. They're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers.
I just feel like his entire... God, my brain is getting so tired. I hate the neuropathy that long COVID gave me. Speaking and thinking for a long period of time makes it very debilitating to think or speak anymore. But I don't even know what I was talking about. God damn it.
And if I can save 5,000 souls, I just love
I was going to say, his end to this war is just stopping all aid, threatening every country who's giving Ukraine aid, and letting Putin take Ukraine. That is just like with the Gaza Strip, just like with Israel-Palestine. It's committed genocide, period. End the suffering by making more suffering in the short term and displacing and ethnically cleansing a land. That is what his plan is. He's not going to tell Putin stop. Because he's not going to give like, even if we decimate and destroy Ukraine for their minerals, we get all these mineral rights. The U.S. military will protect those sites, the sites where the minerals are happening, and nothing else. He doesn't care about the Ukrainian population. He doesn't care about global peace. He's just like, I don't want people to die, so they all need to die really quickly and end this thing.
Doing it.
How long do you give both countries before you're going to walk away?
Well, there'll be a time when I will say, okay, keep going, keep being stupid.
When does that come? Are you close to it?
Sometimes I get close to it and then positive things happen, okay? So I hope it gets done.
Your close ally, Senator Lindsey Graham, has a sanctions bill against Russia. If you get to that point, Mr. President, where you're prepared to walk away, will you sign that sanctions bill?
Well, it depends on whether or not Russia is behaving toward coming to a peace.
They're the aggressor. They're not going to do peace. My God.
Want a peace deal. We want Russia and Ukraine to agree to a deal. We think we're fairly close. And
the deal is you lose your land, they gain the land. Everyone's piecing out.
We're going to save a lot of people from being killed. We save a lot of money, too, because we're spending money like, Europe is spending a third of the money that we're spending. And it's more important for Europe than it is for us. Biden had no control.
We are the biggest military in the world. We are the biggest GDP in the world. Maybe China does now, but we had, at a certain point, the highest GDP in the world. We have kept global hegemony and the peace for a very long time. Yes, it's our role and responsibility to use our massive wealth to help countries who we have made a alliance and a pact with, like with Ukraine, where we said, hey, give up your nuclear weapons and we will protect you. It's so fucking stupid that people don't bring that up. We are under legal obligation to protect Ukraine. We should be doing more.
We just sent money over there willy-nilly. Nobody had any idea.
And we weren't sending money. There was some money that was sent, but mostly it was munitions and artillery and planes that we had decommissioned because the U.S. industrial complex is so massive that we keep producing all these insane world-ending devices. And we were sending them the old stuff, and they're like, this is great. This is way better than what we had before. This is way better than what Russia has. We couldn't get any. The only thing we could do is sell those to other countries, which essentially we've been doing, because Ukraine owes us a lot of money for this. It's not like we gave them for free, and also it protects the peace. It was a win-win-win-win-win. It allows the U.S. military complex, industrial complex, to like keep going crazy style on everyone. Oh, it's fucking so.
What was happening, why they were doing it, why they were sending it, and it was massive amounts of money.
So you think you're close to a deal? What will Russia have to give up? Because Ukraine, there's been
Nothing.
They will have to give up some of the land.
Russia
that
will have to
Russia's
give up all of
illegally-
Ukraine
Oh,
because that's what they want.
All of Ukraine, meaning they wouldn't keep any of the land that they've claimed?
Russia would have to give up all of Ukraine.
okay.
Because what Russia wants is all of
Wait.
Ukraine. And if I didn't get involved, they
Oh, never mind. So he's saying that they have to give up not getting all of Ukraine, but they get some of Ukraine. They get a little piece. They get half of it. They get 3/4 of it. That's our ally, ladies and gentlemen. We're supporting our ally.
would be fighting right now for all of Ukraine. Russia doesn't want the strip that they have now. Russia wants all of Ukraine. And if it weren't me, they would keep going. Do you know that the European Union leaders have asked me to call Putin so many times because he doesn't return their phone call?
Yeah, I wonder why. Because you flagellate him all the time, and you two are best buds. And let's not even get into the fact that that you were given a nickname inside of what, Kalashnikov or whatever it was, like that's been rumored that since the 70s you were a Russian spy. Let's not even get into that. Let's just get into your friendly relations with Russia. Like, I love, he always goes, Russia, Russia, Russia. I was investigated for Russia, Russia, Russia. And that ends the entire discourse. When I saw myself during the 2016 election, servers from inside of voting places sending pings to Russian IPs. Like, everyone saw it who was tech savvy at the time. What? It wasn't voting. It was voter information from White House servers to Russia. Like, come on. Like, we know that he is compromised by Russia, and he's done such a good disinformation campaign that all he has to say is Russia, 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 and we all forget about it. It's crazy.
You posted on social media he might be tapping you along.
Might be.
Did you misread
But you might
him?
be tapping me along too when you tell me how nice an interview this is going to be. So.
God, this is a nightmare. I'll never get out of this, will I?
I'm used to being tapped along.
Did you in any way misread Vladimir Putin?
Did I what?
Misread him, now that you're saying that?
I'll tell you about that in a month from now or 2 weeks from now. I have no idea. I can tell you this. His ambition was stopped to a large extent when he saw that it was me.
No! That's such an obvious lie. He stopped. He hasn't stopped. And B, the Russian forces are so fucking worn down by this Ukraine fight that Greece could come in and take over Russia right now. Like, they've exhausted themselves against a wall of Western weapons. They've lost so many people, and Ukraine's lost a lot of people too. But he's taking credit for they've been stalled at the lines they've been at for years now. The Russians have stalled this war well before Trump got in. It's crazy. He's like, oh yeah, Putin's slowing down because of me. That's insane. Mental illness.
That was now leading the charge because he wasn't dealing with anybody in Europe. He wasn't calling him back. Do you know that I asked him, I said, did Biden ever call you in 3 years? Did Biden ever call? He said he never called. Do you know Biden didn't call him one time?
He's an enemy nation. Are they supposed to have Sunday brunches together, Sunday lunch chats, doing each other's hair over the phone, watching Desperate Housewives together on TiVo? What do you want from him? It's not normal to call up dictators and be like, hey, what's up?
And all these thousands of soldiers, hundreds, millions of soldiers are dying, and people, not only soldiers, people dying in the cities and the towns, and the whole heritage of that country is being blown apart. I mean, the country's heritage is being blown apart. You know the steeples, those beautiful spires that you see, you know, the most beautiful in the world?
Are you talking about Russia or Ukraine right now?
Almost 95% of them are laying in smithereens, all broken up and so sad, laying all over the ground.
Yeah.
Because they were shot.
Yeah. Who did that? Was it Russia?
Really a bad situation. And he didn't get one phone call from Biden. The war would have never started. And by the way, for 4 years it didn't start.
Oh yeah, it certainly didn't. Except for Crimea. Except for literally. Oh my God.
There for 4 years. It was the apple of his eye. This was the apple of Putin's eye.
Trump is essentially telling on himself. He's like, Putin was always telling me that he wanted Ukraine, and I was like, don't do it, Vladimir. Don't do it. And he was doing it. He was doing it at the time. He was taking Crimea. He was holding Crimea. They were moving borders when Trump was in there. They just didn't attack the inside of Ukraine until later. He's taking credit for that. It's crazy.
There's no chance he would have gone in.
What's the red line for you? At what point do you say, that's it, we're walking away?
Well, you'll know. I mean, there'll be a time when I may say that. And if I
you're
do,
not there.
There may be something I can't, maybe it's not possible to do. There's tremendous hatred, just so you understand. Kristen, we're talking tremendous hatred between these two men and between, you know, some of the soldiers, Frank.
They're in a war! They don't like each other. Oh, okay.
Between the generals, they've been fighting hard for 3 years. I think we have a very good chance of doing it.
Very quickly, if you
No
do
chance.
walk away, would that mean that you would pull military and intelligence?
I don't want to
sharing
say
out
that
of
now.
Ukraine?
It's too early to say that. I don't want to get into that argument.
Let's move on to Canada.
But he would.
You have long talked about making Canada the 51st state. Obviously, a new Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, who you spoke to after his victory. He says that you didn't talk to him in that call about making Canada a 51st state.
No, he called me. He was very nice, and I congratulated him. He had a victory. It's a very close victory. It's, you know, there's no majority or anything, so that's going to make things...
There usually isn't majority governments in parliamentary systems. It's very uncommon for that to happen.
A little bit difficult, I think, for him to run, but he nevertheless had a victory, and he's a very nice man, I think.
Do you plan to talk to him about making Canada a 51st state?
He wants to come and see me. He's going to come this week or next week.
So will you talk to him about making Canada a 51st state, annexing Canada?
I'll always talk about that. You know why?
Why?
We subsidize Canada.
Oh my God.
$200 billion a year. We don't need their cars. In fact, we don't want their cars. We don't.
Not everything is about cars. We don't want their cars. What about their wood? What about their electricity? What about, like, having a buffer to the rest of the world in Canada and Mexico that have historically kept the United States the safest place to live for the past... We were attacked on Pearl Harbor. We were attacked on 9/11. We are not attacked very often. And it is partially because we have these buffer states that we dominate economically. We dominate... We tell them essentially what to do. You know, like... They're not vassal states, but Jesus Christ, they are our closest allies. They are completely on our side on everything, and he just wants to, you know, if we made Canada the 51st state, we annex them right now, I guarantee you that new 51st state would be in constant attack up at the top by other countries, because they'd be like, oh, we're going to get some of the United States now. Like, okay, that may be a crazy thing to say. I take that back. No one still wants to attack the United States, even if we own Canada. But it'd be a huge loss for our national security to have Canada be anywhere near us. What are we going to do with Canada? What are we going to do with them? Nothing. We're just going to create a bunch of Canadians who want to kill us all.
need their energy. We don't even want their energy. We have more than they do. We don't want their lumber. We have great lumber.
No, we don't. No, we don't. You want to tear down, you want to destroy our public lands and our national forests and our national parks to get lumber. That's crazy. When Canada has all that lumber up there, we're not an island, dude. We have global economic trade. We don't need everything.
All I have to do is free it up from the environmental lunatics.
The lunatics who
We don't
want
need
free
anything that
public
they
lands.
have. We're giving them. I asked Mr. Trudeau, who I call Governor Trudeau. I said,
Shut the fuck up.
Not Prime Minister, Governor. I said, Governor Trudeau, could I ask you one question? Why are we giving you $200 billion? Why are we subsidizing Canada?
We're not giving them $200 billion. That's crazy.
If Canada was a state, it wouldn't cost us. It would be great.
It would. Every state costs us. In fact, most of the states that voted for you cost the United States a lot more money than they produce. It is the ones that didn't vote for you that fund everything you do. So if we have Canada, they'll never vote. Well, not like voting is important anymore, but they would never vote for a Republican because of the horrible things that you've done. And they probably wouldn't give as much tax money as you think you're going to get for that giant landmass.
Would be such a great, it would be a cherished state. And if you look at our map, if you look at the geography, I'm a real estate guy at heart. When I look down at that, without that artificial line that was drawn with a ruler many years ago, it was just an artificial line, goes straight across.
All borders are artificial.
Even realize what a beautiful country it would be. It would be great.
Okay.
But I don't think the American public wants me to pay $200 billion
You're not.
a year to subsidize Canada. Again, remember this.
Yeah.
We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy.
We don't need them. Let's get them. What are you talking about?
We don't need anything. We do very little business with Canada. They do all of their business practically with us.
You and I.
Yeah. This is the trade imbalance on the opposite direction that China has with us. You're an insane person. Yes, Canadians buy a lot of U.S. goods. We don't buy a lot from them. Just like the U.S. buys a lot from China, and they don't buy a lot of our things. It's called global trade, Donald. You don't understand what you're talking about. You're inconsistent on every position.
They need us. We don't need them.
You and I talked. And
Yeah. Okay. We need China. China doesn't need us.
And I asked you if you would rule out military force.
And they kind of do. They do, but it's so stupid.
Take Greenland, and you said no, you don't rule out anything. Would you rule out military force to take Canada?
Well, I think we're not going to ever get to that point. It could happen. Something could happen with Greenland.
Oh, okay, with Greenland. I thought he was going to be like, it's never going to happen with Canada, but it might happen.
I'll be honest, we need that for national and international security.
But not
I
with
think it's
Canada?
highly unlikely. I don't see it with Canada. I just don't see it. I have to be honest with you.
Okay, but you don't rule it out for Greenland.
And by the way, Canada, they spend less money on military than practically any nation
Yeah.
in the world. They pay NATO less than any nation.
Uh-huh.
They think we're subsidized. They think we are.
No, you think we're subsidizing them. They have a smaller GDP. They pay about the same GDP percentage-wise as we do. We just have a larger GDP, you fucking idiot.
Are going to protect them. And really, we are. But the truth is, they don't carry their full share, and it's unfair to the United States and our
But
taxpayers.
you are not ruling out military force to take Greenland.
I don't rule it out. I don't say I'm going to do it, but I don't rule out anything. No, not there. We need that. We need Greenland very badly. Greenland is a very small amount of people, which will.
I seriously, I want him to articulate why we need Greenland for national security, because it seems like it'd be a national security nightmare to me to have this island over there by itself, away from unless we're going to make the entire island nothing but military. bases or some shit so we can get to attack Europe quicker or some bullshit. Why the fuck do we need Greenland?
We'll take care of and we'll cherish them and all of that. But we need that for international security. You know, we have Russian boats and we have Chinese boats, gunships all over the place, aircraft.
Yeah, in international waters. So we have our ships outside of Russia and China all the time too, constantly. There's a constant rotation of them. Nuclear power submarines with nuclear warheads on them all the time, hanging out in international waters outside China and Russia, India.
There's gunship going up and down the coast of Greenland. We need that to be protected. Internationally, we need it.
So you are willing to send U.S. troops to claim a sovereign territory?
I didn't say that. You asked me a question.
Yes! If you don't rule it out, then you're willing to do that.
Would you? Is there a circumstance? It could happen. I doubt it.
Anything could happen.
It certainly could happen with respect to Greenland.
Okay, let me ask you about Iran. Your administration has had conversations with Iran. Is the goal of these talks limiting Iran's nuclear program or total dismantlement?
Total dismantlement.
That's all you'll accept?
That's all I'd accept. Now, there's a new theory going out there that Iran would be allowed to have civilian, meaning to make electricity. But I say, you know, they have so much oil, what do they need it for? But, you know, I've seen it with other states where they're looking to do something and they have a lot of oil. Iran has tremendous energy. You know, I put sanctions, if you know that. I put
Yeah.
pretty strong sanctions on 2 days ago on the oil. The sad part is that if Biden didn't get involved,
Oh my God.
and president, you would have never had the attack on Israel. October 7th would have never taken place.
We were talking about Iran. What are you doing? This is not. Oh my God.
Hamas would have had no money because Iran was broke. And now in a period of
Hamas does not need vast amounts of money to parachute into Israel and attack civilians at a festival. What are you talking about? That's crazy.
4 years during the Biden administration, they became very rich. They have over $300 billion cash in the bank. And they had no money. They were ready to make a deal with me. And it's very sad. Because of this rigged election, they didn't do it. Just another thing you can...
Your election was not rigged. We can't say that on Twitch. There was 62 court cases that you lost and one that you won for incidental reasons. Stop saying that.
Walk down to a bad election.
It's interesting what you're saying, though, because
I'm fading, guys.
Secretary
I'm
Rubio,
fading. This is
has said that he would accept, or the idea is there is an openness to accepting peaceful civil nuclear program.
Well, that's what people... I didn't say anything contradictory. I said that people are talking about that.
You just
and this
did.
is something that
You said
really-
total dismantlement of any sort of nuclear anything, including civilian. And then she's like, well, Marco said that the first civilian might be a possibility. And he's like, that's what I said. No, it's not, motherfucker. Go back 30 seconds.
Pretty new in the dialogue. And I'd have to be, you know, my inclination is to say, what do you need that for? You have a lot of oil.
So you want total dismantlement, bottom line.
I think that I would be open to hearing it. You know, civilian energy, it's called. But, you know, civilian energy.
This is the first time you heard about it.
To military wars. And we don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple deal. I want Iran to be really successful, really great, really fantastic. The only thing they can't have is a nuclear weapon. If they want to be successful, that's okay. I want them to be so successful. And you know, the Iranian people are incredible. I just don't want them to have a nuclear weapon because the world will be destroyed.
At this point, it's kind of dangerous. The United States has nuclear weapons. I'm not going to lie.
Just to recap, we're talking about your desire to claim Canada, Greenland. What do you say to people?
You forgot the Panama Canal.
Panama.
He's like, oh, no, you're forgetting some of my other expansionist imperialist wants and needs here. Come on, give me my dues.
Canal. What do you say to people who say they voted for you because they wanted you to end foreign conflicts, not start new?
I don't see that as conflict. I think that's good for our country.
I think taking over countries militarily or through economic means is not conflict. I think it's good. Okay.
things. Look, the Panama Canal was taken over by China, in fact.
It was not taken over by China. They just ship a lot through it because they supply everything to everyone. They just have large contracts. They don't own the Panama Canal.
Now China seems to have left. But the
Yeah, I wonder why, because they're not shipping stuff to us anymore.
Panama Canal, think of this deal. We built the most expensive object we've ever built in the history of the country. That was...
We created global economic trade and then went, okay, you guys manage this. Oh no! We gave away a loss, a thing that would cause us nothing but headaches to defend, support, run, when there's no reason for us to do it. Who cares if we made it? We created a structure and a possibility for us to get trade over on all our coasts much easier. We did that. We created trillions upon trillions upon trillions upon trillions, tens of trillions, hundreds of trillions of dollars in commerce because of this. Who cares if we own it or not? I don't. His worldview is so fucking stupid. Like, if we don't own it, it doesn't mean anything to us, even though it clearly benefits us and has created our entire global economic system that I'm now just throwing into the wind and blowing up for no fucking reason. If we need to own Panama too, or the canal,
McKinley,
just the
they
canal.
took away. I just gave him back the name, but McKinley made the money. Teddy Roosevelt spent the money. McKinley gets very little credit, but he made. You know how he made the money? Through tariffs. He was the big tariff president. Okay.
Yeah, and then what happened after that, Donald?
But forget that.
Yeah, let's forget it, because it caused all those tariffs caused the Great Depression, or was at least a major component.
We built the Panama Canal.
Okay, hold on. Let me fact check myself. William McKinley. When was he president? Okay. Okay, okay, never mind. I take it back. His tariffs were not the ones that caused the Great Depression. Potentially. Tariffs. Let's see. Let's see. Imported goods, protectionist policies. Oh, good. I love protectionist policies. Okay. Okay, I take it back. It was other tariffs. It was later.
The most expensive thing
Take it back.
would be the equivalent, like almost $2 trillion today. We've never spent it, and it was very successful. And Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1.
Panama insists
This is the kind of leadership.
Panama says they do control the canal, but we have a couple more
And they
questions
do.
left tonight.
Panama
and
said
get a
what?
Little wrap.
Panama said what?
Panama says they still control it. I know you're saying China. Panama says they still control it.
If you would have gone there about 5.2 months ago,
Yeah.
every single sign on the Panama Canal.
Why the fuck do you think there's Chinese in the Panama Canal? Is it potentially because the majority of the ships go through the Panama Canal? The people who operate those ships, own and operate those ships, are Chinese. Do you think that a McDonald's that has English and Spanish words on it means that Spain and Mexico own the McDonald's?
With the exception of about 15% of them was in Chinese.
Let me ask.
Oh
you,
no!
because we're nearing the end. Just a couple
Please,
more questions.
near the end.
I'm not complaining. You keep saying to me like I'm rushing.
No, you're not, and I really appreciate it.
I don't want to
really
rush you. I don't
appreciate
want to
it.
make you nervous.
Thank you. The Trump Organization is selling hats that say Trump 2028.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Are you seriously considering a third term, Mr.
No, I
President,
think-
even though it's prohibited by the Constitution? Or is this about staying politically viable?
I will say this. So many people want me to do it. I have never had requests so strong as that. But it's something that, to the best of my knowledge, you're not allowed to do.
Yeah. Did you need the lawyers to tell you that one? Why didn't you just be like, the lawyers say I can run it. I'll do what the lawyers say.
I don't know if that's constitutional that they're not allowing you
It
to
is.
do it or anything else, but there are many people selling the 2028
including you.
But this is not something I'm looking to do. I'm looking to have 4 great years and turn it over to somebody, ideally a great Republican,
We'll see,
to
bud.
carry it forward. But I think
don't
we're gonna
trust
have
you.
4 years, and I think 4 years is plenty of time to do something really spectacular.
The Constitution does prohibit it. Have you? Some of your allies are pretty serious about this, though, Mr. President. I've spoken to them. They say they are coming up with potential ways.
that's
Obviously, the biggest one would be a constitutional amendment.
That's because they like the job I'm doing, and it's
No, they like it because you're an empty suit for them to control. That's the only reason they want you. And you control the masses. Like, what are the Republicans going to do when Trump is gone? Seriously. Is there a successor for this brainwashed cult? I'm sorry if you're a person who identifies with Trump and I called you brainwashed and in a cult, but you legitimately are. I would there's not a time where liberals would be like, we should, Obama was a very good president. Let's do him again. Like, that is crazy. No one wants that. There are some who say that now because Trump is like selling these stupid hats and they're like, well, let's have Obama again. I don't want Obama again. He did his 8 years. He's done. Period. End of discussion. Just like this should not be a discussion point. It shouldn't be some people. It should be no. That's not allowed. Constitution says it. I keep talking about George Washington and all his great things. This is one of the things that George Washington set an example for, and it is written into our founding documents that I cannot do this. So moving that on, next question. Well, not founding documents, because later there were people who had 4 terms. And it was later amended in the Constitution. So it's all, but it was an example set.
it's a compliment.
I'm so tired.
It's really a great compliment.
Has anyone approached you, though, with an actual plan, a way to actually start the process?
Well, there are
of a
ways of-
Her veneers are very distracting, by the way. I'm sorry.
doing
Constitutional
it. There
amendment.
are ways of doing it, and you know the same thing. And if you look at the vice presidential thing, and you hear different concepts and
The
different,
vice presidential
other
thing.
people say you can have a write-in vote. There's lots of
No.
confusion.
The write-in vote thing is not. There's oh boy.
All of that being said, I want to be a great president. I will have served. Hopefully, everything will go well. I feel very good. I just did a physical. I took, unlike all other presidents, I took cognitive.
Your doctor's recommended cognitive exams. You didn't do it voluntarily because they think you're slipping. Other ones didn't need to do it, and Biden honestly probably did do it, just didn't release the results of it.
Test and I aced it. I got 100% correct. And
Oh man, woman camera, person TV. I'm so good.
He said, "I've never seen that."
Such a good boy. I'm so
Biden
good.
Didn't take a cognitive. He couldn't have gotten the first question right.
Oh.
But
I've taken a cognitive exam. They're very easy. They're so incredibly easy.
I came out great with the physical, both physically and mentally. And I just want to say,
And debt.
do a great job. I'll be an 8-year president. I'll be a 2-term president. I always thought that was very important, to be honest with you. You know, if you look at President Polk, he was a 1-termer and he did some great things, actually. Pretty good president.
As illustrated by the They Might Be Giant song, President Polk. I think it's called President Polk. Everyone loved him. He got all his accomplishments done and didn't seek a second term. They might be giants, everyone.
And I'm not saying you can't do that, but there's something about being a 2-term president that was very important to me.
And just to put a button on it, has anyone in an official capacity presented you with, sir, here are some ideas?
Yes,
by which
he
you
already
could
admitted to
actually
this.
Get a constitutional
Well, in a
amendment.
capacity of being a big supporter of many people have said different things, but
Okay.
I'm not looking at that.
You haven't had official meetings about it.
No, and just so you understand, 4 years is a long time. I have almost 4 years. All of
Yeah,
these
it's
things that we've
it's
done.
somehow only been 110 days of this, and we're coming up on our store shelves being empty. Cool.
We've done more than any president, and even you might admit
Yeah,
that.
you've done a lot.
Nobody's done the extent of the things.
I
we've done.
agree.
Nobody's done this in essentially a little bit more than 3 months.
Yeah.
As they say, 100 days. I'm looking to do a great job as president.
As they say, 100 days. The people who make the calendars, they say it's 100 days. I say it's 3 months. It might be a little more. Oh.
And set the country on the right track. Because if I didn't win, this country would have failed. We would have been a failed nation.
How did we ever survive without you, Donald Trump? How did we ever survive for the 250 years before you? We couldn't have survived. Thank you for saving us, President Daddy.
You have built a political movement that has transformed the Republican
Greatest in
Party.
history.
It's transformed the country, quite
greatest-
frankly.
Honestly, it is the greatest in history. I will not contest this. The way so tired. The way that Trump and his sycophants have transformed the Republican Party into a party of purely listening to dear leader and not questioning anything he does while bashing everyone who opposes him is amazing. It's fantastical. It is the greatest, period, the greatest political movement in history, saving for maybe the Nazi Party, which also did a very similar thing of convincing the German populace that what they were doing was correct.
Frankly.
Political movement in history, MAGA.
Because Hitler was prosecuted of crimes in his first term and then had a nice little break and then came back and as a chancellor. Okay.
Make America great again.
When you look to the future, Mr. President, do you think the MAGA movement can survive without you as its leader?
Yes, I do.
What gives you
I think it's so strong, and I think we have
How?
tremendous people. I think we have a tremendous group of people. We talk.
You know, honestly, it's possible. People listen to Marjorie Taylor Greene. People listen to Elon Musk. Yeah, okay, you know what? Fuck it. It is possible. After he's gone, there will be anyone. He'll just be, all he has to do is put a true social post of, this person's the greatest. I think they're the best. They're going to run the country the best. They've never been accused of all the things I did, but they're pretty good, I guess. And then all the people will just be like, oh, this is our new daddy now.
About a number of them. You look at Marco, you look at J.D. Vance.
Little Marco can run the country. J.D. Vance, the couch fucker. All these people, they can run the country. I
could name 10, 15, 20 people right now just sitting here. No, I think we have a tremendous party. And you know what I can't name? I can't name one Democrat. I mean, I look at the Democrats, they're in total disarray.
They absolutely are, but I can name more than one of them. The Democrats are a irrelevant political force right now. They are eating themselves. They don't know whether to come, whether to go. They don't know how to deal with you because the last time they were like, rules, laws, and order. We'll take him down with the rule of law. And then you get elected again, and then they're like, oh, shit. I guess laws don't mean anything. I guess trying to coup the government doesn't mean anything. What the fuck do we do? You build a populist movement to go against the populist movement that MAGA is. You go after the billionaires. You go after the people who are raping and destroying this country. Sorry about the bad talk, but they are pillaging our country for their own economic and financial gains. Like this person on the screen here has been doing. You just go after them, and most people will agree with you. Republican, Democrat, Independent, it doesn't matter. You make a case that the wealthy have taken all the money from you. And it's a very easily provable case, by the way. And you can go after them. It doesn't matter if you get outspent. Look at Trump. His populist movement spent 1/10 of what the Democrats did to try to get Harris in. He didn't need it because he had a populist movement. And we don't need to lie. The Democrats don't need to lie. The liberals don't need to lie. You can make real cases against what's really happening with all these small towns and all the places that voted for Trump because they are hurting. They are absolutely hurting. And I'm tired of Democrats being like, no, you're not. The entire Harris platform was, no, you're not. The government is doing great, and we're doing great under Biden. We weren't doing great under Biden. No one has been doing good since the 80s. We tried this trickle-down economics bullshit that Reagan put in. We've tried it for so long. It's time to give up the ghost on this experiment and go back to taxing the wealthy who use the United States infrastructure just as much or more than everyone else. Tax them fairly and appropriately and make sure that people can't get as rich as this guy. Give that money to the United States government to help people, to create social safety nets, to create affordable housing, to create housing and rent subsidies, maybe a UBI. Let everyone have the dignity of life. Reinvest in small town America, right? With that money that these billionaires have for no reason at all, they are deserving of this money. They're deserving of success, and they're deserving of more money than everyone else. They should have this much money, not this much money. They should have a very healthy amount of money that they can buy all their yachts, and they can buy all their penthouses, and they can buy 15 houses, and they can buy a ranch in Wyoming, 10 ranches. Who cares? If you have $500 million, you are set. If you have $1 billion, you are more than set. If you have $500 billion, you can't even spend that money in your lifetime or your children's lifetime. You have to start doing more and more with your money, like buying the goddamn government like Elon Musk did. It's an easy argument to make. And the Democrats are too chicken shit to do it. It's crazy. We will never win with them being populist and the Democrats being proceduralist. It will never work. Never, ever, 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 ever. This is going after an emotional response from people, and they're winning because they're going after the emotions, which is not a bad tactic. I keep getting in arguments with people online on Reddit and shit where they're like, you don't want to be populist. Populist means lying. No, it fucking doesn't. Populist just means I'm spitting all over my monitor now. I'm mad. Populist just means doing or saying things that would be popular with the electorate. And saying them in a way that people can get behind instead of Harris's policy, which was her housing policy, which was, well, if you're a first-time home buyer, we'll give you 12% of this for a tax year, 50%. No one wants to hear that shit anymore. The reason MAGA works is because the catchphrase is "Make America Great Again." Those 4 words are the average attention span of the electorate, okay? They're like, we're making America great. What are you doing? And they're like, well, we have some policies to give you 12% back on your first tax form after buying your first house. And this will potentially offset the liability of your tax. Like, just say we're going to fix it and then have the policies to back it up. But in your rhetoric, you say, we're going to fix this shit. And these people over here, they're killing you. They're destroying you. They're taking away opportunities that your parents had and your parents' parents had. Your grandparents had more opportunity than you do. Your parents have more opportunity than you do. It's time to knock off the bullshit. Stop going with these people who are destroying the world, not even the country, but the world. We need common sense. Common sense. It's all you need. Everything else is complete, utter bullshit, and people aren't going to pay attention to it because paying attention to politics is a privilege. It's a privilege for people who have the time on their hands, have the education level that they need to understand what the fuck politicians are saying when they say the things, and studying up on what they're saying. I don't fault anyone for not being politically aware. They should be, but when you're working 80 hours a week, what the fuck are you supposed to do? When is the time you have, as a person who lives in rural Appalachia or the middle of the goddamn country, when everyone around you just goes, yeah, that Trump guy seems to be doing a good job. That's cool. I heard he wants to make America great again. You know what? I do want to make America great again. Okay. That's all you need to do. It's a simple solution for a complex problem. And then you have the policies on the back end to back it up for the people who are more politically aware. And this entire Democrats eating Democrats bullshit with Israel and Palestine has to fucking end. I'm so goddamn tired of this. We need to free Palestine, and also Israel should be a state. I'm tired of this bullshit. The leftists online are saying that Palestine should be destroyed. Or not Palestine, sorry. The leftists are saying that Israel does not have a right to exist because of the Nakba. Because they took land from Palestine, from historic Palestine. Okay, if that's your argument, the United States shouldn't exist because we took that land from the Native Americans. And some of the people agree with that. But that's crazy talk. We are in the situation right the fuck now. We need to solve the issues that we have right the fuck now, not worrying about what happened in the past. We should be, like if in a fair and just world, Israel would be giving reparations and land and everything to the settler, taking away land from the settlers and giving it back to Palestinians and letting Palestinians be more a part of Israeli society. And Palestinians should be letting Israel commingle more. We can't have that now, though, because everyone is saying either you support Palestine or you support Israel. It's bullshit. Israelis have a right to live in the houses that they have had since the 1950s, and Palestinians should have the right to exist next to them in the Gaza Strip, in now I can't remember the other parts of Palestine, but all the places of Palestine, in the West Bank, everywhere, they should all have the right to have those things. And the leftists online who support Hamas, support Houthis, who say what they're doing is based because it's going up against Israel. No, they're not going up against Israel. They're just fucking things up. They're terrorists who are fucking everything over. And then all they have to do is like, well, we're opposing Israel, so we're actually doing a good thing. They're anti-Semitic. And their material conditions, yes, their material conditions say they have every right to be anti-Semitic because the Jews and the Palestinians and the Arabs down there have historically not really gotten along. But we need to, as a society of leftists and people who are involved in this shit, should not be advocating for the wiping off the map of Israel or celebrating terrorists who use parachutes and attack Israel. Just like we should not support the IDF, who is a terrorist organization. They do terroristic acts as well. Not everyone in the IDF are terrorists. The people who are bombing the shit out of Palestine right now are. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I've not made this longer when I didn't need to. Okay.
They have a new person named Crockett. I watched her speak the other day.
What are we talking about?
She's definitely a low IQ person. And they said, she's the future of the party. I said, you have to be kidding. I don't know what they're going to do. And I really believe in a two-party system.
We should have more than two parties. We should have more than two parties.
Because it's good to be challenged. It's really good to have a two-party. It's good. Being challenged is okay. It keeps you sharp. I don't know what they're going to do. They have nobody. Bernie's 87 years old or something.
I agree with you. Bernie's too old for this. He was too old when he first ran. He's too old now. I just hit my camera. Bernie's too old. You're too old. Biden's too old. You all are too old. We're being ruled by the geriocracy and these people who just can't. I can't.
And Biden is the worst thing that ever happened to old people because he was grossly incompetent. And I think maybe for artificial reasons. He had operations sometimes. So maybe that's an artificial. But
Biden is the worst thing for old people.
I know people that are unbelievably sharp and they're older than 87.
Yeah, and I know people who are 40 and are dumb as a fucking rock. Maybe like myself. I don't know. I have mental problems. I have a cognitive... I am dying here. I have been streaming for 4 hours or whatever. 4.5 hours. It's so fucking long for me. I'm going to be in bed for the next couple days because I did this. Oh my God. Yeah, there's old people who are cognitively there. And there's old people who aren't cognitively there. And you know what? The only reason, you know what? Fine, no, go, keep
I
going, keep
watch
going.
Bernie Sanders. He's a nut job, but he's still sharp. He's sharp as he's the same guy he was.
Yeah.
He hasn't gone down.
He's been the same person he has been since the 70s.
But Biden is really, he's the worst thing to happen to old people.
I know that you are only 100 days in, but as we sit here today, who do you see as your successor, Mr. President?
Well, it's far too early to say that, but I do have a vice president, and typically it would be, and JD's doing a fantastic job.
What is JD Vance doing?
Top of the
It
list?
could very well be. I don't want to get involved
Vice presidents don't do anything, but JD Vance is doing absolutely nothing.
in that. I think he's a fantastic, brilliant guy. Marco is great. There's a lot of them that are great. I also see tremendous unity, but certainly you would say that somebody's the VP. If that person is outstanding, I guess that person would have an advantage. But I
Only
think
if you don't try to get them hung before the end of your term. It's always a tricky part with vice presidents.
the other people would all stay in unbelievably high positions. But, it could be that he'd be challenged by somebody. We have a lot of good people in this party.
Thanks for watching.
Oh
Stay
my
updated
God,
about
thank you
breaking
so much.
news
Let's get
and
the fuck
top
out of here.
stories.
No, go away. Okay, what did we learn? Debriefing time. What did we learn? We learned absolutely nothing. Everything that Trump says is either projection or lies. And I'm not sure if he's lying anymore. I think he honestly believes the things he's saying. He's just too stupid to know what the fuck he's saying. He gets told some things by his advisors, his lawyers, whoever, and then he goes, I don't think that's a good idea. That's a good idea. That's not a good idea. Just like a CEO. CEOs don't really do much of anything either. Some of them do. Some are great. Some are great. I'm falling into the voice more and more and more. Some CEOs are great, but a lot of them do nothing. They just go golfing and get a big fat paycheck at the end of the day. Thanks for watching. Let's roll the outro. I don't know if you can hear me anymore, but thanks for watching. Bye, everyone.